All right. Well, thanks for coming. Welcome to the session on migrating to Java modules, why and how. I'll spend a few minutes talking about why we should really be serious about modules, and then I'll spend most of the rest of the talk talking about how to actually do the migration, some of the things we need to really keep in mind. A lot of these things came out of my experience working with organizations where we took applications from Java 8 all the way down to Java 11 and Java 12. A lot of interesting journeys, a few do's and don'ts, so I'll talk about some of those things along the way. So the first question is, why do we really need modules? And the point I want to emphasize here is modules predominantly were created not for you and me. This was really created for making Java itself modular. So if you were to take a look at the RT.jar in Java 8, that is, depending on the version you are looking at, about 68 megs in size. Do raise your hand if you use Swing. A few hands went up. Raise your hand if you use Corba. Didn't see any hands go up. One person is kind of waving like, why? But the point really is, the good news is this: if you ever wake up in the middle of the night and say, I wish I had it, it is there waiting for you in Java 8. Well, that's like going to somebody who's going on a trip and telling them, take these 7 luggages with you, and they ask you why, and you say, don't worry, if you ever need things, it's in there for you. Well, that's not a way to really develop applications, so they want to modularize Java. So the very first thing I want to start out by showing here is that I'm using Java. Let's look at the version I'm using here. It says version 11 in this particular case, but on the other hand, I'm going to say Java list modules, and I'm going to just run these list modules. And this is going to tell us all the modules that are part of Java without even any application code, and that's the list that you just saw over there. And I'm going to just ask for the number of those, and depending on the version you are looking at, in Java 9, give or take 97, 98 modules. Java 10 has about 78 modules. Java 11 has about 70 modules in it. So that is Java being broken up into smaller pieces. And by looking at the list modules, you're able to get the list of all the modules. If this had my own application modules, the number will be higher than 70, obviously, because it would include the JDK modules plus my own modules as well. Well, so as a result, rather than having this one big ball of mud or a monolith being available to us, we have all these little modules that we can pick and choose what we want to use and don't have to care about things that don't matter to us in our application. So that was the very first reason why they wanted to do it. The second reason is that it is a way for us to have a better modularity in terms of setting up boundaries, what you can use and what you cannot use. In the past, when people told you, this is not public, don't use it, it was more of a recommendation, and people kind of always started using things. Well, modules give us a very stricter boundaries. The third reason for this is a better security. For example, if you have created a package and I really want to use some of the classes in your package, I can create a jar file with the same package as your jar contains. And when you run the code, what does Java do? Java looks at these two jar files and says, this is kind of interesting. The package is across these two jar files, and it shrugs and just walks away. That's not going to be really making things more secure, but it's really hard to go back and make what exists secure. It's a lot easier to introduce something new to make it secure. And the next thing to think about is that when it comes to Java, how does Java work in the past? I'm going to say Java in the past worked in the in-law mode. And what I mean by that is you took all this time and effort to build your application, which contains, let's say, 80 jars, and you gave it to your build team to deploy it. And while they're taking it to deploy it, they drop 1 or 2 jar files on the floor, and they deploy the rest of it. What happens? Your application gets deployed, and it keeps running for a while, until 2 a.m. on that fateful Wednesday morning, somebody clicks that forbidden button and it says class not found exception, and your phone rings. That's no fun at all. Well, you want things to fail fast, and I'm going to say that Java runs in the mother mode now. It will check to verify everything is in place. Like you're leaving home, she comes to you and says, I know you have a busy day, don't forget the key, take it with you. In the past, Java was like, oh, she's forgetting the key, wonder she will find out, I'm going to wait and watch. That's not a good way of developing systems. You want this to be fail fast, and that's exactly what Java does, and I'll show you some of those things along the way. So what is a module? A module is stuff you create, just as simple as that. Your classes, your enums, your interfaces, your data, your stuff. Everything you create, you can put them into modules. And a module typically has this particular constraint that a module requires other modules. And a module will export its packages. And that is something you need to keep in mind. You never require packages. You never export modules. And what that means is, as a person creating a module, you decide what goes into that module. Imagine that I'm going to FedEx something over to you. I get to decide what goes into that box. That's kind of like modularization. What do you get on your side? I'm hoping you get the full box. You would be very unhappy if you get one or two items and don't get the rest of it. That's called US Postal Service. That happens to me quite often. And they will say, be happy we sent you at least this part. Well, the point is, the one who ships you decide what to package, but you get the whole. This is based on what's called the reuse-release equivalency principle. So what you get to reuse is the whole of what is released, not bits and pieces of it. So you export packages, and the other side, you receive or require modules, and that's the way to communicate. Now think of this as a handshake. Just because I extend my hand doesn't mean we shake our hands. Just because you extend your hand doesn't mean we shake our hands. Both of us have to extend our hands. So in that regard, one module has to export the stuff it wants to export, the other module has to require it, and then comes the handshake. You cannot use what's not exported. You cannot use what you did not ask for explicitly as well. So the boundaries are pretty clear when it comes to modules. So I talked about the why so far. Let's jump in and look at how we can actually do this. So I want to start by looking at a small example of defining modules. Now, in realistic terms, we would typically use a tool to build our code. You might be using Maven, you could be using Gradle, you could be using whatever you want to do. I'm not going to do any of them for a simple reason. I want to absolutely look at the raw things. I don't want to have any things that hide the details. So I'm going to be just using command line and build things so we can actually see the bare metal of what we are really dealing with. Obviously, in production, we would use tools to make our lives a lot easier, but in this case, it gives us a clarity on what we are dealing with. So how do we go about using this? So what I have here in front of me is this directory. I have a build.sh, just a simple shell script file. I've got a first directory, I got a second directory. If you look at the first directory, all that the first directory contains is a package called com agile developer first, which contains a first.java. Similarly, if you notice what is in the second, it contains a second as a package and then second.java. So nothing really exciting so far. Let's take a quick look at these two Java files before we go any further. So the first is extremely trivial. It says get info. It returns first to you. So I just want to know if there's life. We are able to communicate with this class. That's all I have in the first. On the second, if you notice, I've got a main. It calls a get info on the second. It calls a get info on the first. And we are returning it. Now, with these two classes, what am I going to do? I'm going to go ahead and compile this Java C minus D, just like the way we normally compile Java code. And I have a jar to bundle up into first.jar, and I just blow away the classes directory. I compile everything in the second directory at this point, which is going to be in the second directory, and then bundle that into a second.jar. And then once I'm done, I'm running it in the class path. That's all I'm doing. So go ahead and run the build on this to be sure it's working. And there you go, it worked. Nothing really exciting. What did I prove so far? What I proved so far is life is as usual. I did not write the code any differently. I didn't build the code any differently. The only thing I did was I ran it in Java 11 or Java 12, depending on the version you are using. You can run it in that particular version. So in other words, they made it so easy for us to take what worked before and continue to use it moving forward. So if you are running your code, compiling your code, and you're saying, you know what, I'm just not ready for modules on this project, don't force yourself to do anything. Just run things from the class path the way you did. But of course, if I want to use modules, what do I do? That's the next question. So in that regard, I want to kind of set the stage for two different areas of execution. The class path is the legacy. The class path is the old stuff, that's where everything resides. And then you have what is called the module path. So imagine for a minute this room, let's divide this right in the middle. Imagine this is the class path, what we had before. Imagine this is the module path, what we have right now. So you have these two areas. The class path is legacy, traditional, what worked before continues to work today. The module path is the new one, more secure, a region of high privilege, but high restrictions as well. So when you run your code, you get to decide where you want to put your code. You can put your code in the class path and run it, or you can put your code in the module path and run that as well. So in this case, notice what I'm going to do. I compile the code like the way we normally did, no difference at all, but I'm going to change this class path to -p. And P stands for module path because it's so descriptive. So this is basically the module path, and you're going to put this in the module path right now. So I just said -p. One of the other things is when you typically put things in the class path, you probably are that person in the company who has this absolute luxury of listing every single jar file. That's a fun job to have put on the resume, right? Well, you don't have to do that with the module path. You can specify individual directories, you can specify individual jars, or simply point it to some directories. So notice I got rid of everything except the directory location in there. That's perfectly fine as well. So now I go back and run the code one more time, and in this case it gives me an error saying I cannot find what you are talking about. Well, the reason is now everything is in the module, not in the class path. So what am I going to do? I'm going to go back to this code now and say a -m. And what is the name of my module? Second, because that's what I'm running. And then I specify com.agiledeveloper.second.second. So I provided the name of the module. Of course, you may wonder how in the world do you know that's the name of the module. We'll come back to that in just a few minutes. So I'm going to go back and run this code this time and see what it tells us. Notice it ran one more time. Well, notice I didn't change anything in the code. I didn't change the way I even compiled the code. All I did was took the old jar file, ran it in the class path, and took exactly the same old jar files, no change to it at all, dropped into the module path, but when I ran it, I made one change. I gave a -m and the name of the module. Now, how do I know what the name of this module is? If you look at the output mlib directory, the name is called second.jar. And you may say, aha, I got this now. The jar file is called second.jar, and so the name is called second. And there's a name for it. That's called a guessing game. And it never works so well when we do that. Because what if somebody names this second-all? And then you're like, okay, should it be second-all? And then Java will tell you, no, it is second.all. You will never win this battle, and it becomes really frustrating. So what do? Well, here's a great news. You say jar, but you do a -f, and then you specify the file name, output mlib, second.jar, and you ask for a -d option. Now, this is a really useful option. That is what I would recommend using. So run the jar, -f, point to the file name, and just use the -d option. The -d option is reveal your secrets, give me your metadata. That's exactly what it is. So jar files have metadata that they carry for modules. If they are very old modules, there's a convention that kicks in because the metadata is lacking. But the convention is decided by Java. You and I don't have to guess it because -d tells you what that convention is. So when I ran this, notice what it tells us. It says no module descriptor found, derived automatic module. I'll talk about that in a minute. It says second automatic, so it tells me my name is second. Just to illustrate the point, if I move this to output mlib, second to output mlib, second-all.jar, just to kind of entertain the thought here, and I go back and query this time the second-all -d, notice it tells me my name is second.all, not a -all. So again, you and I don't have to fight that battle. Use the -d option, find out what the name of the module is. You don't have to be guessing. So this is true for existing modules. Now, that readily leads us to understanding something else. We have already seen quite a few things. we ran the program in the newer version of Java, but we ran it in the class path and we ran it in the module path. So the obvious question is, what are we really looking at? So what we need to be very comfortable with is that there are three types of modules available in Java. The first one is called unnamed modules. So what is an unnamed module? Unnamed module is everything that sits in the class path. And by the way, you can have a lot of modules in your code, but there is exactly one unnamed module. So everything you dump into the class path gets together into this one big happy family called unnamed module. So every one of them is part of an unnamed module. And that's what runs in the module path. On the other hand, when you run it on the class path, when you run it on the class path, it's an unnamed module. The second thing is you take a very old module and you drop it into a module path. It wakes up and says, oh my gosh, I'm in this new world of a module, but I'm still the old code. What am I? Well, you now become what is called an automatic module. And an automatic module is an old jar coming to life in the module path. So module path is stuff in the class path is the unnamed module. Automatic module is old stuff in the module path. So that's how you know whether it's an automatic module or whether it's an unnamed module. And a third thing you're going to create is called the explicit named module. So what is an explicitly named modules? Explicitly named modules, if I know how to spell explicitly named modules are a new stuff in the module path. But more important, what makes it new is has what is called a module descriptor. And I'm going to get to that part in just a few minutes. So this is really the summary of the world of modules. You got three types of modules. The unnamed module is just one of them, and that's a big happy family of everything that runs in the class path. Automatic modules live in the module path. They are still old stuff running in the module path. And you describe a module descriptor, that becomes an explicit name module. This also represents the degree of restrictions and capabilities. The most restrictive is the explicit name module. It follows rules very rigidly. The automatic module is like kind of quasi, a transition period. I was old, but I'm graduating to being new. Give me a footstep for me to climb up and go. And the unnamed modules is the least privilege. Now, this changes how we use application, how we move from old code to the new code moving forward. All that is going to change as well. So we'll talk about some of those things as we go along. But before we do that, let's just experiment a little bit to get a feel for it. So I'm going to go ahead and comment this out for a second. And I'm going to say Java minus class path one more time, output / mlib, and this is going to be first.jar, but I'm also going to bring in output / mlib, and then I'm going to bring in the second.jar as well. And then, of course, I'm going to bring in com agile developer second.second, so we can just run the code in the class path like we did a few minutes ago. So let's go ahead and fire that up and run that and see what it tells us. It ran. But what I want to look at here is just one more detail, if you don't mind. Let's go to the get info for a minute, and we'll say first, and then we'll say plus, and we'll say this get class, and then we can say dot get module, so I can query for which module this code is running. So here's a quick quiz for you. I'm running this whole thing from the class path. What do you think this get module is going to tell me that it's part of? Unnamed, right? It's null because it doesn't belong to any module. If you ask for the name, it'll be null. It's an unnamed module. That's where it's going to be. But we'll prove that in just a second. Let's grab this one right now. Go to the second, and here, let's go ahead and say this is second, and we'll print that also. So let's go back and run the code just to illustrate this point. When I run it, I want you to pay a close attention to the number that's following it. What does the number show? It's exactly the same number. That proves to you that they both belong to the same exact module. That's what I meant by one happy family. They both belong, even though they belong to two different jar files, they are part of one single module, which is the unnamed module that you see right up there. On the other hand, if I go to the exact same code, but I'm going to run this now in the module path, that's my second run, and we'll say echo, and we'll just put a little line here so we can take a look at it. Now when I run the same exact code one more time, notice the difference. The top is the unnamed module, the bottom is the automatic module. So because we ran it in the module path, it became an automatic module, and the name is first versus second. They are completely different modules at this point compared to what they were a minute ago. Well, having said that, let's move on a little further now. What I want to do is go to the first directory and notice COM, and then under the COM, of course, is the path, the package structure I have. This information is important to keep in mind, is that right under the first, but one level above the COM, so at the same level where the package is starting, you want to define a module info.java. That module -info is a completely unconventional name for a file, and that is going to contain your module information. So module info.java, what do I want to do? I define a module right there. What's the name of my module? I'll call it the first. You can call it com dot, whatever you want to call it. Names that you provide should follow the same convention like packages do, but I'm going to just violate that for a minute. I'm just going to call it as the first, but I should have really said com.agiledeveloper.blah, and then provided the name for it. That is my module name that I provided in the module info. So this is called the module descriptor. Similarly, I'm going to go to the file second, and right at the same level as the package is starting, I define a module info.java. So what am I going to do here? I say module, and I will call this the second. That's the name I'm going to provide for this one. Now, before we get too eager to execute it, let's remove the execution, just focus on compiling for a minute. Now, at this point, this code will no longer compile. Why not? Because remember the handshake. The rules of the modules kick in the minute you define a module info file. The first is not exporting anything. The second is not requiring anything. They don't have their hands stretched out. There's no handshake. So what's going to happen when I try to compile this code? Well, first of all, I compile this code and put everything into this jar, but I come to the second piece of code, and I'm changing the class path to -p to say that I'm providing it in the module path. That's all I did. So now I go back and compile the code this time. Let's see what the error says. The error says error package first is not visible, and it complains at the first dot first, and it simply tells me you cannot use it because it's not visible. And then it says first is declared in the module the first, but the module second does not read it. Let's give credit where it's due. For the first time ever, an error message even I can understand, right? That is amazing. Usually when an error message shows up, I call 7 colleagues for their opinions, and everyone gives their own opinion. Well, this kind of lays it out pretty nicely. It says, look, you haven't made it visible. I can't really use it from here. Sorry. So what am I going to do? I'm going to go to the first module info.java, and I'm going to say in here export, and exports what? Com Agile Developer first. You export your package that you want to export on one side. And now we have a little extension of the hand. The first says, I'm going to give you my package called first. Let's pause for a second and think about it. Packages can be exported. Now, if a package is not exported, the classes in the package, even if they are public, is no longer public. So that's the very first thing to keep in mind. Public is no longer public. Public plus export is public. Public without export is not available. You cannot use it. So that's the first thing we did. Now let's go back and do a build one more time, see what the error says. The error says that the first is not visible. First is declared in the module, but the module second does not read it. So it says, look, he's extending the hand, but you're not really receiving it. You need to change. So what am I going to do then? I'm going to edit on this side now, second module info. And I'm going to say over here requires, and what am I going to require at this point? The first, because that's the name of the module that I'm interested in using on my side. So now I go back and compile this code and notice that there was no error. So on one side you do the exports, on the other side you do the requires, and now everybody is happy to use the one that's provided, and that's how you export it. Now obvious question is, what if it's a third-party code you are using? What do? The short answer to that question is, you want anything that wants to use something should require it. Now there is one little approach called the transitive approach, and I highly do not recommend using it unless you are breaking what I like to call as a ball of mud into smaller pieces. This is never a good idea to use transitive for third-party libraries. Use transitive when you have a big ball of mud and you want a few months to refactor this mess so you can start using transitive during the transition. So I often recommend people use it for internal stuff, not for third-party dependencies. Now that this compiled, how do I go back and run this code? Well, to run this code, what I'm going to do is to say java minus p, and of course output / mlib directory, because that's where my modules are sitting. And then I say minus m, the second, because that's the name. How do I know? Again, I don't want to be guessing. Jar minus f, output mlib second.jar minus d says that I have a module info, and my name is actually going to be the second. That's the name we provided for it. So you can remove all the guesswork by using the minus d option. And it says that that's your name. The second is the name of your module. So I say minus m, the second. And of course, this is going to become agile developer second.second. So when I go back and run the code this time, what does that do? Now notice it tells me, but my second module, second is part of the second module, first is part of the first module. Now I know, you as programmers, you never take these things and walk away. I can see the curiosity in your face. You're like, but what if I take the new stuff and run it in the class path? Well, okay. So if I go back over here and take this stuff and run this in the class path. So I'm going to say minus class path and then specify first.jar colon output / mlib second.jar. But clearly, because it's the old stuff, there is no minus m option, and you're going to simply run the second. Anyone wants to take a guess what is going to happen now? But bingo, give me a high five from there. That's absolutely correct. It becomes an unnamed, you lose all your privileges. When you go back and run in the class path, you are absolutely correct. Thank you for that. So when you run this code, notice they both became unnamed modules. So in other words, when I said earlier, all the stuff in the class path, that's not entirely true. Anything in the class path belongs to unnamed module. Old stuff, obviously, but I don't know why you would take that beautiful module you wrote and put it in the class path, but if you do, it gets condemned to become part of the unnamed module as well. So far, so good. So we covered the groundwork. The next 15 minutes we have with us together, I want to talk about some rules. I apologize I won't be able to write code for those because of the time limitation. I typically give this talk over 90 minutes to 2 hours. I'm trying to compress it in here, but I'll talk about stuff that we need to do. So we talked about some of these things here. Now let's dive in and talk about some rules. Any jar running the class path is called an unnamed module. Thankfully, I showed you that code a few minutes ago. You saw that working. Any traditional jar running in the module path is called an automatic module. I showed you that as well a few minutes ago. We took our traditional jar and ran them in the module path. Any jar with a module descriptor, when run in the class path, becomes unnamed module, runs in the module path becomes explicit name module. I showed that part also to you already. Now, modules cannot share packages. So if you have a module M1 and it contains package P1, a module M2 also has package P1, what's going to happen? Well, if they both are in the same module path, you will get kicked out. Your program will not run. And Java will say, something is really smelly here, what's going on, out of here. And it will terminate right away, it won't run any further. Now, I forgot about one thing I want to quickly show you here. Let's go back to this code really quickly and run this. And notice when I ran this, you can see that's the output we got. Now let's go back and run this from the command prompt one more time. You can see the output. Now I remove output/mlib first.jar. I got rid of it. If you look over here, the second is there, not the first one. Now if I go back and run this, what will the old Java do? It will start running, isn't it? And it will start running until that fateful moment when your code requires that particular object is going to get a class definition not found exception. Well, here's the good news. In the case of Java, the module dependencies are part of the metadata. And you saw me use that -d option and examine the metadata. Well, because it's part of the metadata, both the compiler and the runtime can examine that metadata, and they do. And as a result, when you start a program, it immediately verifies the module graph. And the module graph should have all the dependencies wired together. If something is missing in the module graph, it immediately stops and says, sorry, I cannot run. It gives you an initialization boot layer, find exception, module the first was not found, required by the second module. So that is what I was saying earlier. It runs in the mother mode. It immediately tells you, you're walking without the key, don't go, here, take it, and don't leave without it. So it gives you an immediate feedback, as you can see. And the reason it's able to do this is because it pulls that information from the module graph, and that is available to you at all the time, and both at compile time and runtime. So it looks at the modules and says, look, you cannot have a split package. It doesn't allow you to do that. Unnamed modules can talk to other unnamed modules. That's a broken English right there because there's only one unnamed module. So what I really mean is classes within unnamed module can talk to classes within unnamed module. So what that means is if you have a piece of code right here, this code can happily talk to this code in here, not a problem at all. So because everything in the unnamed module can talk to unnamed modules, not a problem. That's basically what you have, and you saw that happen a few minutes ago when I ran the code. Automatic modules can talk to other automatic modules. So what that means is if I were to create an automatic module right here, the code within this automatic module is allowed to talk to the code within yet another automatic module. This is perfectly fine. There's not a problem to do this. So this is again made possible, and you saw this happen earlier. I took the two old jar files, put them in the module path and ran them, not a problem at all, because automatic module can talk to other automatic modules, not a problem. The next rule is automatic module can talk to unnamed modules. So if you put something in the automatic module, it can talk to an unnamed module. So what do I mean by that? If I don't have the module descriptor, if I take the second and put it in the module path, and I take the first and put it in the class path, not a problem, because the second can talk to the first from the module path to the unnamed module in the class path. That's perfectly fine. So what I mean by that is this is perfectly fine, not a problem at all. So you can certainly do this. So this is possible, not a problem. On the other hand, the unnamed module cannot talk to an automatic module. In the example I showed you, if I don't have the module descriptor, but I put second in the class path, I put the first in the module path, the code will not work. So in other words, think about it as there is a one-way mirror between the module path and the class path. The folks on the module path side can see the class path side, but the people on the class path side cannot see anything on the other side. It's a reflective mirror. So basically, what's on the class path cannot use what's on the module path. What's on the module path, when they are within an automatic module, can use what's in the class path. So that is a hierarchical boundary. So old stuff cannot talk to the new stuff, but the new stuff limitedly can talk to the old stuff. So that becomes a nice gradual transitioning ability. So what am I saying right now? What I just said here in those many words is that you cannot do this. So if you try this, this will fail. So I'm going to put a little X over there to say you cannot do that. So you are not allowed to talk from unnamed module to automatic module. You cannot do that. So you cannot cross that boundary and go. You'll get a compilation error. In fact, the error is even funny. It'll tell you, I don't know what you're talking about, because it pretends that it doesn't even exist. So when something is in the module path, the search happens only in the module path. It never looks in the class path, so you'll get a class not found error during compile time because it doesn't even reach over to the class path and look for it. The next thing to consider here is that an explicit name module can talk to other explicit name modules. So what this means here is, if you create an explicit name module over here, that explicit name module that you just created here is perfectly allowed to talk to other explicit name modules. That's not a problem at all. This is perfectly fine. And that is permissible, not a problem. An explicit name module can talk to automatic modules, whereas an explicit name module cannot talk to an unnamed module. Let me put that in the picture. What I'm saying is this is okay. So you can do this. So this works. But what is not okay is this. So if you try to go this direction, that will not work. Again, I put an X to say that you cannot really do this. And notice the difference. Automatic module can talk to unnamed module. On the other hand, an unnamed explicit module cannot talk to an unnamed module. So once you are elevated to an explicit module, you can only speak within the module path. You cannot look outside the module path. So you can clearly see the grandfathering they have done here. Old stuff runs the way the old stuff are. You can transition to the new world. You have a little temporary permit to go from the new world to the old world, but you elevate yourselves to an explicit module. You can only talk within explicit module. Now, this is not going to happen before I retire or die, but in my vision, I can think of a day when there is only module path and there is no class path at all. But those damn legacy code, they're going to be there for a long time, so that's not going to happen for a long time. But in an ideal world, you will only have module path and no class path at all. And in that case, everything is within the module path and not with the class path in that regard. And then next thing to consider, an explicit name module has to require any module it needs. So the minute you define a module descriptor, you got to tell what you want. You cannot use what you don't ask for, and including automatic module names. So please give decent name for automatic modules, unless you hate the people that you work with. Then you give any name you want to and make them suffer. But give a good name minus D option. Now, one thing they recommend is, if you're going to be transitioning, if you're not ready to go into an explicit name module, you don't have to do much, but at least open up the manifest file, and in the manifest add an entry called automatic-module-name, and give a decent name for it. Your jar file can be any name. Once you have the descriptor in the manifest file, that name will be used as a module name. And that's another reason why you want to use the -D option and not look at the name of the jar file, because a jar file may have some name, but it may have a module descriptor. It may have a manifest declaration that gives a different name for it for the future that they want to start claiming right now and start using it. And that is something you need to be careful about. An explicit name module exports only what it specifically exports. So if you have an explicit name module, you have to tell what you export. If you don't export something, that's not visible for the outside, and they cannot use it. Automatic module, on the other hand, are very generous. They export everything they have, and they require everything they use. Obviously, because this is old code, so it uses the default for the grandfathering purpose. So an automatic module automatically requires everything it uses, and it also automatically exports everything it has. So in that regard, one thing I didn't cover here, what is your inference? Can an automatic module talk to an explicitly named module? What do you think? In other words, can this arrow go in the reverse direction from here? Take a wild guess. I'll give you a clue. The answer is yes or no. It cannot, unfortunately. Good try, though. It cannot. So, so it cannot because in this case, of course, explicit has the rule. It only exports what it actually exports. That rule presides. So you cannot talk from automatic to explicit. You can only go in that direction. Now, all this has very significant ramification. I've got 5 minutes to tell you all about it. So what is the deal then? How do we start from legacy and go forward? Let's let this sink in for a minute. This dependency has ramifications. You cannot just take things and randomly put them together. So what do you have to do to transition from old stuff to new stuff? How do you really make this happen? Well, imagine for a minute you have this condition where you have a jar 1 depending on jar 2, depending on jar 3, depending on jar 4. If that is your hierarchy, how do I transition? Now, the reason I want to mention this is not intuitive. A lot of times we may say, oh gosh, this is very easy. Take the one that has the least dependency and start moving it. Well, in this case, that's not unfortunately true. Why not? Because of these rules, what can depend on what matters, isn't it? Now think about it. If I take jar 4 and I put it into the module path, let's say, and I keep jar 3 in the class path, what will happen? It won't work because what's in the class path cannot talk to what's in the module path. So you cannot start in the tail end. It completely defies the logic we normally use. Hey, jar 4 doesn't depend on anything. Attack it first. Sorry, that won't work. Because if you elevate that to module path, what's on the class path cannot talk to what's in the module path, isn't it? So what you have to do is start on this end and make your transition. And this becomes easy to understand if you stare at this dependency for a while. It makes logical sense after that. That's why this dependency is important. So what do? First of all, you take the code, the legacy code. Java 8, Java 7 stuff, take your legacy code. What's the first thing you do? Run them all in the class path using old Java. Why do I emphasize it? Because as number 1 rule as a programmer, you never touch code that doesn't work because it becomes your liability at that point, right? So I always say, does it work? They say, yes, show it to me. And they show it to me, it works. Now I'm like, I'm touching this now, right? And it better be in the version control as well. So never touch the code when it doesn't work. Make sure it's actually working. Great, it's working. What do I do next? Run them all in the class path in the modern Java. Now, what could possibly not work here? Any ideas? Missing libraries, possibly. Anything else? Split packages. If your package, missing libraries is a really good point. Hey, I'm using Corba, they don't have Corba anymore, as an example, right? So that would be an issue that you need to look at. I jumped a little ahead. So you're right, it's a missing libraries could be a problem. You got to be careful. Also, potentially, any other incompatibilities you may possibly run into, you want to verify that. Then run them all in the module path. What could possibly go wrong here? This is where the split packages come in. I jumped a little too early for that. So this is where the split packages come in. If God forbid, if your application contains packages that belong to multiple jar files, that's going to kick you out at this point. So that's going to be a problem. Hey, all that works. What do I do? Sorry, say it again. Name clashes. Well, packages are the unifiers in this case. So that shouldn't be a problem. As long as the package names are different, it shouldn't be a problem. Oh, got you. No, you can't do that. So yeah, you're right. So if the jar files have the same name, tough luck. Yeah. So yeah, you're right. So that could be a problem as well. Given the names, so what's going to happen is if they're in different directory, one will take precedence, the other gets kicked out. So that's why you have to be careful about it. That's why you want to run this and make sure it's working as well. But point well taken. Give names to automatic modules. You want to give them good names and say, here's the name moving forward. I'm not ready to give you an explicit module yet, but here's the name and give it a name for it to use. Then start converting from the top to the bottom. Start with the jar 1, and then jar 2, and then jar 3, and work your way that way moving forward. And that can be the transition path to make this work. So some of these rules are very important to keep in mind. I know there was a crash course on it. Hope you got something out of it to take home and think about it. Hope that was useful. Thank you. Thank you.
Full version is twice time longer.
Full version is twice longer.
Presentations.
Oh, yes, yes. Yeah, I do it for about 2 hours usually.
2 hours.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I go into a lot of depth and people argue, people discuss, we write code, play with it. It's a lot of fun talk and when it's longer.
So, what do you think about how did the Oracle guys move this like automated modules or things like that? So, is it a good way? So, what do you think about it? So, it's just is Magic correct that they um, make all the stuff like automated models for transitions
Yeah,
for
they really took the pain to make the transition smoother because, you know, practically you cannot take the draconian approach and say, that's it, this is the way it's moving forward, right? So they really put in the time and effort to make it a lot more smoother. And so if you've done correctly, this will go fairly smooth. The problem really not as much between automatic versus named. The problem is the shortcuts companies have taken over the years when they have ignored some good practices, they have duplicated packages. When it comes to bite your back, that's where the liability kind of eventually kicks in. But otherwise, this rest of the stuff they have done fairly works nicely. Uh-huh. No, actually, it's less than OCI. Yeah, I know. Yeah, yeah. Hey man, how you doing? You can have it.
can I borrow it?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just track me down and give it to me. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I was having so much trouble with the
You
people
bet, you
outside.
bet. Not a problem.
Thanks, Aaron.
Yeah. Sorry.
So sorry.
So,
So that's fine.
module system is not for us. It's side effective for us, but it's really for. See my instinct over there.
I know.
But
Thank you.
it's really for them to modularize the JDK itself. And obviously, if you're trying to modularize the JDK, introduce security at the JVM level, you cannot achieve that with a third-party solution. That is the reason why they couldn't go towards OSGI. So I'm a big fan of Gradle, and I'm using it with Gradle. So a couple of things I couldn't get into deep start, but I'll mention a few things right now. So one of the things I mentioned was that you cannot have packages with modules. Now, theory, that's a great idea, but what you do is you never use in the same package as first classes. So one of the things that we do is what's called just means this is the way it is. You can specify binaries into add modules, and that way you're getting a flat code for if you keep the binaries in pieces for JWT or custom. But the good news is both Maven and Gradle support this. You just need to, it's a bit of a learning curve.
Come out, is that?
I will find you. You don't? Do you have more session today? Okay, yeah, I'll definitely find you. Lifesaver. Yeah. Hey man. Hey, how are you? This event is huge. Yeah. Yeah. Well, congrats. Yeah. It's one of my favorites. I hope it continues to be. Except that I have to here for his talk? Yes. Okay. Perfect. Yeah. Yeah. Go for it. Later, man.
Is this going to work for you?
So we found something.
The previous speaker, he brings his own. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
He brought his own.
Yeah.
On the
So
table.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's how.
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
so-
what do you have there?
and
What
you,
do you-
and you've got plenty of
Yeah.
cover here.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
great.
right. Yeah.
So are you going to use this?
Yeah. Obviously. Otherwise, I don't know what you all got. But
Unfortunately, we don't have a podium for in here with all of these.
I don't need a podium. I'm
Right,
saying.
Right,
We
just
don't
any level of
unfortunately,
riser.
like,
Yes.
yeah.
This is fine. I'll use his. Yeah.
Cool.
Great.
Well, that was
Perfect.
super smart. He brings his own.
He does.
Never
Yeah.
really-
He's
Thanks,
my.
Ray.
I love him. Yeah.
He's run into this one before.
Yes, he's run into this before. Apparently. Yeah. That's why. Because both of us, we do a lot of demos. We can't just sit down and do the demos, and that's why.
Right.
Yeah. Whew. Anyways.
I'm not sure who made the decision to have certain rims designed the way they were, but
Okay. Yeah. No. No
I
problem.
won't
No problem.
disturb you.
Yeah. No worries. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it. Sure. Yeah. 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 Sure.
always safe to praise Venkat.
Yeah, yeah. I'm using his stand, by the way.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, man. Yeah. Thanks for being here.
What is this?
Because it's not.
It's classic. I like that.
I know. Oh, boy.
Are you coming to the JCP party tonight?
Yes, I am.
All right,
Yeah.
I'll see you there.
Alrighty.
No pointers, ride again.
Nice.
Like horror
Power pose. It helps. It helps. Oh, don't worry. I only have 100 slides. Just kidding. Jeez. There are many people here. Quite surprised. Yeah. Just in case you're wondering, Venkat's session already ended. He already left 15 minutes ago, but I have his stand. I got his stand right here. This is Venkat's stand. He never leaves without this, but yeah, I need this. Otherwise, I'll be sitting down the whole time. No, I had to borrow it. Yeah, yeah. So very, very special stand right here. This is I'm honored to be able to use this. Yeah. No, I'll protect it with my life. Yeah. 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 Oh boy, now I'm scared. Wow. It's okay. We still have 1 minute. 1 minute. All right. Whew. Let's get started. Good afternoon, everyone. I almost said good morning. Thank you for being here. My name is Ray. I'm a developer advocate at Google, and I've been a Java developer for a very long time. And part of my job is to actually reach out to the Java community because that's where I came from, and show the folks some of the latest and greatest technology that we have, in particular like the open source tools that's being created. And today I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the best practices for developing and deploying applications to Kubernetes, but also some of the tools that's being created, that's being open sourced around these. Aside from my day job, I also contribute to some open source software like JHipster. Anyone here use or heard about JHipster? Anyone? Yeah? Okay, some folks, yeah. So I wrote one of the first Kubernetes generator for it as well, and I'm also the author of JDeferred. Anyways, if you have any questions about this session today, you can find me on Twitter. You can direct message me at Satanism, and you can also find more information on my site, which is satanism.me. Aside from technology and work, I love to travel. I love to take photographs. And many years ago, I took a break in between my job. I was a backpacker. I was traveling around Asia. I traveled for about 4 months in Asia. And this photo is special to me because I came across this one city in China where I couldn't find a cheap hotel to stay. Everything was really expensive. They didn't have any hostels. So I didn't know what to do. So I asked around, and this random stranger, I don't know this person, I still don't know this person's name. This random stranger told me that, hey, if you take a bus to a desert, and if you walk 4 hours in the desert in the southwest direction, you will find a real oasis, and you can stay there for free. And I heard the word free. I asked, which bus do I take? So I went there. So how many people here hike in the desert before? Anyone? Anyone? There's usually a few. Yeah, a few. By yourself? By yourself? That's what I thought. Yeah, right. That's pretty impressive. Now, all of you though have walked on the beach though, right? You walk on the beach. Yeah? It's not the same, just saying. It's not the same thing as walking on the beach. When somebody tells you to walk in one direction in the desert for 4 hours, what that means is essentially that you don't want to go left and right and veer off, right? Maybe you just miss the desert by 30 degrees or something, then you're kind of wouldn't be here today. So what you do is you go across anything that comes in front of you, scorpions, dead cows, skeletons, whatever, and sand dunes. And you can see from here there are lots and lots of sand dunes. So I had to go up and down these sand dunes. And the desert is really soft, the sand is soft, so every step that you take, you sink a little bit, and then you have to pull yourself out. It was hot, I was thirsty, and I got this compass, and I was holding water, and I was just like, oh, what did life choices, right? And then I was like, oh man, this feels like writing a old J2EE application back in the days. And I thought I was on vacation. I stepped away from that, and now I'm here again. So anyways, I guess the point here is that with the desert, the oasis was really, really beautiful. I got there, which is nice, but things was not so easy, right? To get there, it's a lot of hard work, and regardless of the stack that we're using, we're always trying to get to that state where we deploy to production, and the road is never easy. It doesn't matter what technology you use. The thing is that things will start off easy, and then as we bring more and more production readiness to it, things get more and more complex. Right? It doesn't really matter whether it's J2EE or even today with newer technology. My job is to hopefully show you some of the ways, maybe be the compass, but even better to be the helicopter pilot to airdrop you into that place. Right? So hopefully today you'll get to see and learn some of the tools that might be helpful to you. How many people here are using Kubernetes already? Everyone? Wow, majority of the room. That's awesome. And right, so I think that a lot of people know Kubernetes already, even if you're not using it. You probably know a little bit about it because it's been around for about 3-4 years now. I think I spoke first. I demoed this maybe 4 years ago. I was able to show a YAML that will then be able to deploy into your cluster. And every one of these things could be a pod, which is like an instance of your app, and then you can scale the number of these instances out really, really easily by using a deployment or a replica set. And then you can put a service or a load balancer in the front, right? And then of course, magic happens, and after 10 seconds, you see everything up and running, and we go off to the next job. However, that was easy back then. It's still easy now, but I think as we go into production more and more, right, actually using some of these things, and things are getting more complex, right? And this is the stuff I want to talk about today. So first, let's start off with your app. I think that one of the takeaway that I have from working with some of my customers and also internally at Google, working a team where I onboard some of the internal teams onto cloud and using Kubernetes. One of the things that I realized is that, well, this is great, but you shouldn't design your app completely around Kubernetes, right? A lot of times people ask me, how do you run an app for Kubernetes? How do you do that? And to be honest, what I say is, don't think about Kubernetes, right? If you're an application developer, you should be thinking about your app. What that means is that you should be designing your app to the best way it can operate, regardless of the environment it's running on, because you never know where the app might ultimately end up with. What that means is that you really need to respect a lot of the good practices, and contracts between the lifecycle of your app and being able to scale out and scale in. All of those things has nothing to do with Kubernetes. These are just good design, right? But today we're going to take a look at some special things and special hooks that will help you to do even better job. That being said, I think that one of the foundation of it is just to build a 12-factor app to start with, and then refactor from there. Now, how many people here heard about 12-factor apps? Yeah, okay. How many people here are implementing all 12 factors? Wow. 11? 5? Yeah, okay. 1. Everyone should have 1 because the first factor is checking your code, right? So everyone should have 1. All right, good. So that's where I'm going to start with, right? I'm not going to go into these in detail, but just remember, it doesn't really matter where you run your app. Your app has to, have good design. And then the other thing that I learned is that testing microservices in a real environment is pretty hard. And I talked to many folks, especially those from the Java community, to learn about their practices. And there are always two camps. There's a camp that is happy with Kubernetes, and there's a camp who are not happy with Kubernetes. The camps that's really happy with Kubernetes say this to me. They always do tests locally. They test everything locally. They mock everything. So you don't depend on the real running services for everything. And so you do mocking. If you need to talk to a remote thing, that's mock. Then you do wire mock. If you're using Spring, you can do Spring Cloud Contract, right? There are a lot of tools that helps you to do tests locally. And I think this is so important because a lot of times I see people starting off with this application and try to go to Kubernetes directly, but forget some of the fundamentals, right? We really need to make sure that we test locally. If for any reasons you actually need to test with an external service that happens to be in a container, like a MySQL database, PostgreSQL database, or something, or maybe a real service somewhere else, then maybe you can use test containers. So what this does is to bring containers down, and you can just use this container, starting it directly from your unit testing. Okay. Again, I'm not going to go into some of these things in detail because I think this is fundamental. All right. So let's get that out of the way. Just make sure you're running your app the way that you're supposed to. Kubernetes doesn't solve your application problems. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. And then once you have the app, then we move into containers. And a lot of the Kubernetes constructs is based on containers, right? Your app is going to be packaged into containers and all that. And the thing about containers is that I remember the days where it takes like a whole year for somebody to provision the environments for me, right? And then a whole year, or maybe half a year, to figure out what additional components I can add into that environment in prod. What JVM version, what native libraries, and Tomcat server, whatever. Somebody else is responsible for that, and so you have to wait for it. Now with containers, it's getting really interesting, which means that to some extent, all of us are able to decide on what that runtime environment should be and can be. What that also means is that we all have a lot of responsibility now, and we need to work together with other teams to figure out what makes sense to have in the runtime. Imagine if you're in an organization more than 1,000 people, with 100 teams, and every team has their own container image, running their own OpenJDK versions from 10 different distributions. Like, that may be very difficult to maintain. So you gotta be responsible for these, and also you gotta be responsible for all of the potential vulnerabilities that's introduced into these containers. But let's say you have an application right now, which I do. It's not by any means 12-factor, but it's pretty close. It's just a Spring Boot app, of course. How many people here use Spring and Spring Boot? See a show of hands. Wow, everyone, nice. Okay, very cool. So without too much explanation, right? I have a controller here. I got an endpoint that says hello, blah, blah, blah. Here's the name that I can pass in. But I also want to show like a configuration that I pass in from some like properties or external environmental variable. And here's my default value, which is dev. Okay. So how do I turn this into a runtime image? There's usually a whole like hour talk that I had in just teaching folks about how to make a proper Docker file with all of the best practices. And one of the first things that we need to do is, of course, choose the JDK. And there are so many JDKs to choose from now, different vendors, different distributions, but you gotta choose one. But here's the thing, just make sure you choose one that is container aware. I hope that everyone here, how many people here know what JDK version you're running in containers? Okay, half of the room. So please understand the versions, because the version is really important. Some of the versions don't support container out of the box, whereas the newer versions do. I guess in general, you should just run the newest version. But in case you don't, make sure it's 192 or above. I just show you a little snippet of what that difference is, and I think you can find some of this information online. But I just want to show you the major difference here. Now, if you just run, here I'm gonna do a Docker run, with the memory of 256 megabytes. So that means your container can only use 256 megabytes of RAM. I'm gonna limit it to 4 CPUs. That means I'm gonna throttle you at 4 CPUs. But if you go over 256 megabytes of RAM, I'm gonna stop the container. And then I'm using this older version of the JDK, and I'm just gonna go see the max heap, right? And what this will show you is that max heap here is actually pretty big, right? This is something that everyone needs to be aware. I cannot stress this enough. I talk to new customers coming to the containers, and everybody kind of forget this, which is that the number of the max heap here, if you don't specify anything, older version of the JDK is going to go to the host of the machine rather than your container limit, and it's going to show you this ridiculously large heap size. I don't know, I'm very bad with this. I'm going to use Google and say bytes in megabyte and see. That is, oh, okay, never mind. Let me do a bytes in gigabyte. That means my max heap is 27 gigabyte, right? And what that also means is that if my container has a limit of 256, in Java, the JDK, the JVM, is going to try to use as much heap as possible, when they need it before they garbage collect, you're going to definitely run out of space, right? So if you're using a newer version of the JDK, of course, you're going to see a radically different setting here by default. So by default, this will be set to a much, much smaller size because the JVM is container aware. It understands that you have a total of 256 megabyte. Similarly, if you are running on the older version of the JDK, if you print out the thread, I'm going to say thread for the GC thread. If you're using parallel GC, this is going to see the number of CPUs on the host rather than the container. So even though I limited to 4 CPUs, here you can clearly see, it's using 13 threads, which is more, many, many more. The reason for 13 is because my host has 16 CPUs, and it just decided to use 13. Now, if you're using a newer version of the JDK, it doesn't exactly have this issue, but however, it does have the issue that it doesn't actually show you what GC this is using because parallel GC thread analysis is 0. However, if you explicitly enable it, so I'm going to say XX plus, what is that? Use parallel GC, is that the flag, I hope? And now we can see that this number of threads is actually set to 4, which is the one that I wanted from my container spec, right? So long story short, just make sure you understand what JDK version you're running. And many, many times, I cannot repeat this enough, in the past 3-4 years, people come to me asking about, my container is running for a few days or for an hour, and I got OM and killed by Docker. What happened? This is usually why. However, there's more to it, because your JVM has 2 different type of memory usages in general. There's the heap, and then there's the native memory usage. And the heap is really easy to understand. We can say that, well, the max heap is 256. However, if your container has a limit of 256 megabyte, what that means is everything that your app is using, right? So this includes the heap size and the native memory usage of the JVM. What are those things? There's a really, really good breakdown about this by Cloud Foundry's memory calculator. Let me just go there real quick. Memory calculator, which is right here. Whoa. Yeah, right here. So the memory calculator will tell you what actually is being used by, or it will kind of estimate how much memory is going to be used. If you go to this page, it will take you the breakdown. In general, it's something like this. You got the heap size. You also have your code, which has to live in a meta space that's in potentially native memory. And then you got the stacks for the thread. So depending on how many threads you have, say you're using Tomcat, you have a max thread of 200. So that's 200 threads. And then your thread stack could be 1 megabyte large by default. So right off the bat, you're going to be using 200 megabytes more in addition to the heap, right? So just be aware of what this is. Now, in the newer version of the JVM, there's a really nice diagnostic you can do. I think it's called native memory tracking. Yeah, that's what it is. So what you can do is you can enable diagnostic VM options, and then you turn on the native memory tracking. You have to turn this on, by the way, in the JVM arguments, not via the environmental variables. You actually have to do this in the arguments. That's what I found out the hard way. But you actually have to do that. And then in the end, you said print NMT statistics. If you run your application this way, when your application quits, you're going to be able to see the breakdown between the heap size usage and also the native memory usage. And this is pretty important. You can see how much thread you have, how many threads, and how much memory is being used for each. This is pretty important if you're actually getting OM killed. If you set the heap size much, much lower than your containers restriction, but you just couldn't figure out why are you still getting OM killed, then the thing that I usually do is to just grow, expand the amount of memory I can actually use, run this thing, and truly understand what is being used. Or like from here, you see that you have like classes, like I don't know, like how many classes you got and stuff like that. And you can use the calculator too. So let me see if I can find this Cloud Foundry. Where's the calculator? Calculator, there we go. So you can give it like how many classes you got and how many threads you're expecting and the total memory you have for your, in your environment. And it's going to, kind of give you the optimizations of your startup command. So this is really, really useful. Red Hat also has a startup script that helps you to configure the amount of memory that you can actually use. But it's really a function between, how much code you're actually loading and also the number of threads that you have. Okay. Whew. So without that being out of the way, we're just in step 1. And then you have to follow the best practices of your container Docker file and stuff. There's a lot of it. Don't run as root. Don't run as root. Know what you're running. And then you get into the optimizations of, well, how big is that container? And then optimization of, well, if my jar is 100 megabytes large, do I have to download 100 megabytes every single time? Now, in all seriousness, no. Like, I think that in a production environment, 100 megabytes is probably okay. But, the bigger thing is during the iteration development, whenever you have to push 100 megabytes, it may take a little time. So then we have these optimizations about file jar and thin jar and stuff like that. The list kind of goes on. I have a whole hour of talk just on that. But now what I say is to just jib it. Now, how many people here heard about jib? Jib, yeah, oh, well, very few, that's great. So jib is a plugin that was created by Google that you can add to your Maven or your Gradle file. And it's just a plugin where you can say, I don't want to deal with Docker file. In fact, I don't even have Docker installed. I just want to create a container, go figure out how to do it. So in this application that I got here, I can just simply add a plugin here called jib. Okay, let me make sure you can see it. So rather than writing the Docker file and trying to figure out how to best optimize your container, this is pretty much all I need to do. I add the plugin and I say to image. Now, when jib builds this container, it builds in 2 ways. I can build and push directly to a remote registry, or I can build directly to Docker daemon. And the one I'm going to use is just to say Maven Docker, not Docker, jib, build, something like that. And it's going to get the latest base image. It uses the default base image, which is called distrolist, but you can configure it. And do all the layering for you, and pushes the layer. And you're done. Now this container image has been built, it's pushed, it follows most of the best practices, and that's pretty much it. Of course, if you want to change the base layer out, you can do that too. So I'm going to say from image, and I think I'm going to use the OpenJDK AAA JRE Slim, and that's how I can change the base image, right? It's really, really easy to see rather than looking at the Docker file. The other thing, though, is that from the container perspective, maybe I want to add in some of the JVM flags that I just showed you. So I can do that thing here too. So here I just added in a bunch of JVM flags. I can do this directly from my plugin. And so I'm doing the same JVM flag here just so I can see how much memory is being used. More than that, which is like what user should I be running this as? So within the container thing here, I can say, well, I don't want to run as root by default. So it depends on the base container. So unfortunately, most of our OpenJDK containers runs everything by default as root. So you really want to restrict this. So you can say, I'm going to run as nobody and no group, something like that. It depends on what the container actually has in their thing. So let me just go ahead and build this again. As you can see, this build now is really, really fast. Mostly because, oh, what is this? What does that say? Because manifest is unknown. Oh, yes, of course. Thank you so much. Like 8U, there we go, 8U222. Thank you so much. And let's see if that helps. Whew. So now we're just building the application, building the container. And as you can see, because my base image is already on Docker, in my registry, what jib does is really just pushing the differences in the different layers. And if you just change your app usually is like 100K or something less. You'll only push that much data across the wire, and that's it. Okay? Now, how many people think this image actually works? Wow, nobody. Neither do I. So let me go ahead and try this. So I'm gonna say it's a little bigger TI, RM, that, right? So hopefully this will start my application with the flags and running as non-root, and yeah, and you can see the number of processors and everything else, and it starts well, right? So that's how we can get a container up there in the first place, all right? Long story short, if you're new to the container stuff, if you try to write your own Docker file, just make sure you have it reviewed before it goes into production. Otherwise, just use Jib. It's much, much easier, okay? Another thing, though, is that one of my pet peeves is that some of the application servers, especially like Tomcat or any other application server you may use traditionally, if you package that into container, you're going to run into some issue maybe after a few days. Basically, you're going to run out of space. What happens is that some of these applications, the more traditional servers, what they're going to do is to write the logs into a log file. And it's going to do this until you run out of space. Or in the traditional server architecture, you run this in the server, and there's a log rotator. The log rotator will figure out where your logs are, and it's going to rotate it out and just delete the old logs and or zip it and stuff like that, and get rid of the older logs that's older than a month or whatever. In containers, there's no log rotator, so whatever you write in that container file system, you'll be there until you delete that container. And if your application doesn't really go away, you're going to keep on writing your logs into that container file system on and on and on until you run out of space. This can actually happen. So if you're not using Spring Boot, because Spring Boot has this disabled by default, but if you're not using Spring Boot, just make sure your application does not write anything to the file system. What you should be doing is to print the log to stdout or use an API to store the logs. Okay? stdout is important because that's the contract in Kubernetes as well. Okay, so you have the container now. Let's deploy, and let's see what type of process we can actually go through. If you like to try everything locally, you can run Kubernetes locally. And there are things that you can use, like Minikube, or there are other things you can use to like K3s, K3d, and kind. I'm not going to go into this in detail, but just to show of a hand, how many people here use Windows for your development? Okay. So for all of you, you might be stuck with Minikube. How many people here are using Linux for your development? Wow. Oh, that's very cool. So if you're using Linux, if you want to bring up a local Kubernetes environment, rather than running a VM that's also Linux, try this one thing. Try K3s. It's really, really easy to use. Basically, I'm going to go find a Linux environment here, right here. If I want to install K3s, I think this is what I do. I do curl. It's just really nice way to do it. You curl, and of course, you do this in production. No. Know what you're getting into, but you run curl, you install K3s. It's pretty smart. The script is really nice. It just downloads all the things you need for Kubernetes. It downloads the command line. It configures systemd for you, and out comes the Kubernetes node that you can use. And now you can do sudo kubectl get pods, and you have Kubernetes locally now. This is super, super useful. I really love this particular way of running Kubernetes locally. However, sometimes it's just too much for us to do this. Maybe if you're lucky, your company will have a completely remote cluster that you're able to use, in which case, just use that as well. But this is super nice if you want to debug and troubleshoot stuff locally, okay? Cool. Now, the other thing about this is that K3s is capable of running containers that's built directly from into Docker. So a lot of these other tools, you have to use a remote registry. For this one, you can build your container using Jib. Just build it directly to your Docker daemon, and then you run K3s on the same Docker daemon, then you're able to use the same Docker image without having to push and pull, which takes a long round trip, okay? However, if you have a remote, then you have to deal with registry. Now, unfortunately, one of the things that I haven't seen so far is a really, really easy way to kind of generate this, the YAML files for you, right? So you wrote your application all without Kubernetes. You did everything, well-designed and all that. Now you have to deploy it to test things out, maybe. So here's the hardest part, which is to write that YAML file. So the little trick I do is just to use the kubectl command line here. So I can go ahead and create a new directory called KAS. And what I'm going to do is to do this thing called kubectl create deployment. I can give it the name of the application and the name of the image I want to deploy. And the important thing here is to do the dry run and output the YAML file, and you output the file out. So what this will do is to basically, whatever it's going to generate and run in Kubernetes, it will just generate the file for you. Now, very, very important, dry run. Yeah, if you forgot about this, then it's going to actually deploy things into the cluster. Okay, so I'm going to do that really quick. And similarly, I can create a service as well. So I can kubectl create a service. That's a local load balancer. I got my port here. Oh, the port is wrong. So 8080 to 8080, right? And generate that file right there. Now, the key here is that you want to keep this base deployment as simple as possible. You don't want so much things in here. I think that it should just work when you deploy these two things. So here's the deployment. I'm going to zoom in here a little bit. I'm going to delete that. You do have to do some cleanup here, right? So as you can see, everything is pre-made for you, which is kind of nice. Similarly, for the service, just get rid of the things you don't need. Now, a couple of things that's pretty important here. While you keep it simple, you do need to configure a few very important things in Kubernetes. One more relevant in production is resources. This is how much resource your application is expected to use. And we have two things here. We have the request, which is the minimum of what I actually need. So for example, if I'm OK with, to start off with 256 megabytes of memory and 2 CPUs, the M means milli, so 2,000 divided 1,000 means 2, so 2,000 millis means 2 CPUs. That's how much I need at the minimum. And then we have something called the limit in Kubernetes, which you should also set. And this is the maximum. This is where I'm actually going to kill the container, right? So for example, if I, based on that calculator, understanding how much memory I can really, really use, I'm going to set it here. That's the limit of how much that's the top limit before I get actually killed. And then the CPU, maybe 4,000 for CPUs, right? So we can set that. That's pretty easy. The next thing that you really have to consider is the health checks. Now in Kubernetes, we have two different health checks that you really want to set. To be honest, if you don't have a choice, or if you're like just want to get things started really, really quickly, the first one is readiness probe. This one I highly, highly recommend. You should always have this one. The reason why Kubernetes has two checks is because one of them is called the liveness probe, okay? What that means is that this thing is going to run. If liveness probe fails, we're going to kill the container and restart it. So when you fail the liveness probe, you really want to make sure that you want to kill it, right? It's recoverable by just a restart. Readiness probe is really interesting. Readiness probe means when are you ready to accept traffic, okay? And a lot of times, it's really, really hard to decide, to be honest. You have to understand your application to figure out how to do this. Readiness probe depends on, are you ready to accept traffic? Now, in the most case, what you are ready on is when you know you can actually hit the application. So in that case, the path could be, in my case, I'm going to say name is equal to check, right? Or something more real that you know that your application is ready. That's one way to do it. Or if you have like an actuator or a health check that you know that when that health check is up and running and your application is ready to serve, then you can use that instead, okay? Now for the liveness probe, though, it's where you really want to just kill the app. So for example, so in this case, for my application, I'm going to say, when I want to kill my app is if my actuator is unhealthy. What that may mean is that my database is not connecting, my thread pool has issues, or something else. My app is just like totally bad, and that's why I really want to just restart it and and see if it recovers. So you gotta be understanding really these two checks. Sometimes you might flip this around and say my readiness probe is the actuator, but a different endpoint because thinking about running update scenarios, what you also want to do is that when you are shutting down your application, you want to flip the readiness probe first to false so that Kubernetes will be able to not send traffic to you. And then you can wait for like 20 seconds or so and do a graceful shutdown, okay? And it's a more complicated strategy, but you just really have to figure out what's the best way for your application to become ready or not. However, there's one more thing that we can talk about, which is, well, by default, when Kubernetes is going to shut down your application, it's going to send you a signal. I think it's called sigterm. So it's going to send you a signal called sigterm. Your application supposedly should capture it. but a lot of the people don't. But you should capture it, and then you do your graceful shutdown. But because we know that a lot of people may not actually deal with this properly, so here's another thing you can do, which is to hook into the lifecycle. So in the lifecycle, we have something called pre-stop. What that means is that before I kill your container and before seek turn, I'm gonna call you, I'm gonna let you know first and tell you we're about to stop your container so you can gracefully shut down. And in here we have different ways of triggering this. We got HTTP GET, exec, and TCP socket. So we can do the GET, and we can potentially do something like a path is to shut down. Now, if you're using Spring in Actuator, you have this one thing, which is the shutdown endpoint. So if I say shutdown endpoint enabled is true, then I can expose the shutdown endpoint that you can call. And similarly, we need to, let me zoom in here, the other way. You can also say you want to make sure that this endpoint is exposed, right? However, here's the kicker. The shutdown endpoint only accepts a post. What was that? I can't hear you. and here it's only a get, okay? So you gotta understand like what you're getting yourself into. So for example, if you do Actuator shutdown, it's gonna do a get. All it's going to get back is sorry, I cannot respond to a get request. So you may have to do some hack around this to make sure you have a real shutdown hook. That being said, yeah, I found this out the hard way as well. That being said, also here we have the management endpoints exposing everything. Of course, you don't want to. So right, for example, if I run this thing right now, I'm going to be able to hit my website, but also being able to get to the Actuator, which is bad. So what I typically do is to run this on a different port. So I put my management servers on a different port that's never exposed to the public internet. Okay, that's also pretty important. You need to know what you expose. And by doing this, you might be able to bypass some of the authentication if you are in a secure environment. And of course, what that means is I also need to change my health check here to 80, 81, right? So far, so good. We're just going through the motions of making some good decisions here, hopefully, for my app. However, when I really, really want to run this, here's the problem. To test it if I really want to do that, I'm going to say kubectl apply, kubectl apply f, and give it the directory, right? And I can deploy my app to do like a full test to figure out like did I get everything right. The issue with this, unfortunately, is that if you go change the code, now you got to do this cycle over and over again. If I change the code, I need to go do gib build again. I need to go and update, whatever, and I'm gonna do kubectl apply. And if I didn't change anything, if the YAML file didn't change, Kubernetes will say, well, you didn't change anything, and so it doesn't really actually restart any app, and so it doesn't actually take on the latest version of the app that you just push into the registry. And then what we do is we do kubectl delete everything, and we hope everything restart and reload and all of that, right? So what I want to show you is some other tools that we created. It's called Scaffold. And this is a tool that helps you with the iterative development cycle if you actually want to just try everything in the containers in Kubernetes along with the YAML files as well. So I'm going to go ahead and create a file here called scaffold.yaml, scaffold.yaml, and scaffold. Okay. And here I can, it's almost like Docker Compose, except this is designed to run with Kubernetes. So basically I say, well, what images do I have that I want to deploy? So for example, I want to say my Wise Coyote 827 Jeep demo. I think that's the name of my image. And then how is this thing going to be built? By default, it's going to look for the Docker file. So if you have Docker file that you carefully constructed, that's been reviewed and is production ready, then you can use it. If you don't want to do that, then you can also use Jib. So all I need to do is to make sure that the builder that they use is Jib. And every time you run Scaffold in this iterative cycle, it's actually going to find your application and build the container with Jib. Okay? Now, of course, you can also give it more arguments here as well. So I'm going to say args. My favorite one is this one. Don't do this in production, but I'm going to say skip tests, right? Just speed up a little bit more. And then I'm going to say deploy everything that's in star.yaml, okay? Now, if you do it this way, you can run this from the command line. You can say scaffold dev, and this will start off this iterative development cycle. And there it is. So it's going to say, oh, let me compile your app. and then I'm going to create a container with jib, and it's going to find those YAML files in KS directory, and then it will deploy everything for me, and that should do the trick, right? And whenever you change something in your file system that jib is watching, it's gonna go ahead and redeploy, recompile, redeploy everything for you. Okay. So for example, hopefully this works. If I come here and say hello 2, something like that. Save. Oh, not that one. Save. VI. Save. There we go. It detected the change. It's going to reboot the app for me, and then it redeploys everything for me again. And this also happens for the YAML files too. So now, especially if you're changing YAML files a lot, this is a really, really easy way to just reapply. Whenever you change the YAML file, reapplies it for you. Super easy to use. Okay. Now, of course, I can also do this directly from the IDE. So for example, the open source tool that we built is called Cloud Code. And from there, we can go ahead and just run Scaffold directly from the IDE too. The only difference is that when it runs in IDE, it also sets up the pull forward for you. So if you are listening on port 8080 for your service, you'll automatically pull forward that to your local host as well. But one of my favorites is actually this one. If you run this in debug mode, what this will do is to go through Scaffold, sets up everything for you, compiles your code, and then creates the jib container, and then also sets up the debugging ports for you, and then enable the debugger on your machine on this IDE. And now this app is running locally on my machine, but the debugger should be connected. And if that's the case, when it does connect, I should be able to debug my app. And if I go hit this endpoint now, I should be able to capture this breakpoint and debug. It's only for development purposes, of course, right? So that's pretty cool. Let me just stop this for now. I'm going to go back to the regular cycle and show you a few more things. The last thing I want to show you very quickly is we follow through some of the practices here. Now, the final piece to the puzzle is when you deploy into higher level environments, some of these configurations don't apply anymore, right? So for example, when you deploy to QA, you probably want to run more than one instance or test, right? Just to make sure everything still works in a clustered environment. When you go into production, many of these configuration might change, like the request and the limit. Like all of these things could change in different environments. Then what people do potentially is to create multiple directories, copy and paste all of these YAML files multiple times, and every single time you change some of the parameters. If you're lucky, you use like a code generator or a templating tool to do it, or maybe you use something like Helm, which you make some of these values configurable. I want to show you something slightly different. Not many people know about this. The tool is actually called Customize. Okay, what that means is that I can do pretty much the same thing. So, for example, I'm going to just create a new directory here called Customize. And I'm going to have my base application deploy. Remember, to keep it simple, I'm going to call it base. And I'm just going to copy these two things over. Eventually, I just have one, but for now, I'm just going to do the copy here. Okay. And then I'm going to create a file called customization. Customization.yaml. Yeah. And then here, I need to specify the API version. There we go. Customize. And the kind is customization. I don't know why I have to type this all the time. But all right, and then we can say resources. And what is in this customization context? I'm going to customize the file called demo deployment.yaml. And another one is called demo service.yaml. Okay? And once I've done that, what I can do is if I go back to this customized directory called base, I can do customize build. What this will do is to run through the customization.yaml, figure out what should be deployed based on the resources, and apply any type of transformation that we may add for different environments, and outcome the final YAML that we really, really want to deploy. And typically, people will check this in. So for example, if I am dealing with a QA environment, this is what I would do. I'll create a new directory here called QA. Okay? And then I will copy the customized file to QA. However, rather than repeating every single file that I know I want to deploy for my application, I can just refer the resources to .. base. Okay? And that will bring in everything that was in the base, which is my application deployment, which again, you gotta keep it simple. And the reason you can do that is because in Kustomize, you can then further change things. So for example, we can apply a patch. So here we can say like replicas patch, for example, .yaml, which I'm going to create. Well, what is this patch going to do? For example, I can create a new file called the replicas patch.yaml. And if the only thing I want to change is my deployment, and the only thing I want to change is the number of replicas, okay? So in this patch file, what I can do is to say, I need the coordinate, which is the API version, the kind, and the name. And then all I need to do is to change the replica to, say, 4. And if I go to the QA directory, do the customized build, what this will do is to grab everything from base, which I know runs with one instance, and then apply the patch. And then here we have replicas is equal to 4, right? And with this way, you can modify and update your environment very, very easily. And the beauty of this mechanism is that there's no variables. You're not really dealing with variables. You are dealing with the actual thing that you want to deploy, and they're just using the structure and merging everything in. Now, of course, you can do this with configurations too. So for example, if you ever need to have a configuration file, like my app config or app config, like something like that, you can also refer to the file, like application.properties. And this is very specific to the QA environment. So I'm going to create a new file here called application.properties. And within this file, I can do inf.name is equal to QA. And if I do customization again, if I do a build, it's going to run through everything under the transformations. And one of the things it's going to create is this config map, which is called app config. And notice it also added some name after it. That's because you don't really want to override your existing config. You actually, every time you roll out a new configuration, you should just update the version or the name of it, okay? And then you can refer to this config file directly from your application. So for example, if I go back to the deployment here, if I really want to do this, right, I can do template, spec, container name is drip demo, and then I can say value mount, and I can say config. Let me zoom in here a little bit. I can say something like mount my config into config, and the name is config, right? And I can just do all of my configuration externally, okay? So for example, here I'm going to call this config, and it is a config map. I'm going to refer to the name of app config that I just created. Now, again, if I rewrite this customized build, I'm going to see that now I have my config map that's mapped to the config that's being generated as well. So everything kind of ties up together. And you can replicate this for multiple different environments. Now, the last part of it, of course, well, now you have 2 different YAML files, and now you got more YAML files. How do I run this and test this out in a single way within Scaffold? Right? So for example, another thing that you might do is that for the QA environment, you want to deploy into QA namespace. You just do namespace, and everything underneath this tree will have the namespace made for you as well. So how do I tie everything up together? Last bit of this is Scaffold. So rather than using kubectl, I'm going to get rid of all of these things. I'm going to say customize, and the path is customize base, for example, right? Because that's where the files are. And by doing this, I can stop my continuous loop. I can just rerun this whole thing again. Then now you're testing your YAML files, your customizations. You can even have different profiles, and you can even try to debug and troubleshoot. But as you're changing code, it becomes radically easier to do, okay? So that's some of the tools I really want to show. Let me make sure we didn't miss anything. Okay, and with that time, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. If you have questions, I'll be outside.
So I think it's time to start. First of all, thank you all for coming. Can you hear me well in the back? Okay, great. So before we get started, I would like to know if you are familiar with the concept of running Java on mobile. How many of you already know about it? How many of you already have tried to run Java on mobile? Okay, 2, 3. Well, Java as in Java, not on Android. Okay, so 3, okay, it's okay, good to know. So what we are going to talk about today is about the possibility of running Java on mobile, but not only Java, like we could do a few years ago back, or what we can still do with Java 8, where we had some limitations because of the platforms we were running in. Like on Android, we were using Dalvik VM, and we had some serious limitations. Today we are going to talk about the possibility of running Java 11, Java 12, Java 13 on mobile using GraalVM. So we are going to talk about native image, not only for desktop, but also for mobile platforms. So after all, a mobile platform like iOS or Android platforms are ARC64. So we can compile our codes to those platforms and deploy. And for that, we are going to use tools that we have been using for Java, like Gluon plugins for your IDE, Gluon plugin for deploying to Android or deploying to iOS. Okay, so we are going to talk about a little bit of the status of Java on mobile, what happened throughout the throughout the history, last years, where are we at now, or where are we heading? So what was the past? What we could do with Gluon Mobile, like I said before, running Java 8 on mobile, or how can we go from 8 to now even 13? Can we run JavaFX 13 on mobile? And what we are going to see today is that yes, we can run that on mobile. So a little bit of history, but this is just for getting started. Many years ago, actually, Java was almost intended to be a language for mobile platforms, and we had yes, the micro edition, or without the other successful versions, standard edition or enterprise edition. But there were different wars between manufacturers and mobile operators, and at that time the mobile devices were not capable enough to run like we have our smartphones today running the apps they run, right? So there were very limited resources on these devices, and while we had different forks targeting micro edition versions where we kind of stripped the version out of everything unnecessary to run on mobile, well, the idea didn't progress that much. And well, after that, Android took its place, iOS took its place. So we had different platforms running out of the Java ecosystem. So iOS runs and still runs Objective-C or Swift, which is not Java, or Android runs Java, but we have this so-called Android Sun Oracle disaster in terms of, well, you know about that, right? So, and we also have the issue of what UI shall we use on mobile. So if we use iOS, they have their own libraries. If you use Android, they have their own libraries. What if you use Java? What framework shall we use? So apart from the technical reasons, there are other reasons why we should have Java running on mobile as first citizen like we have on desktop. Why is there any difficulty to get it running on a mobile device? Well, for business reasons, we have many advantages using Java because we have those advantages running on a desktop platform, like security, stability, even backward compatibility compared to what we have, for instance, on Android and iOS that are changing versions every year. Another important aspect, if you have a Java developer team on your backend, you will be able to reuse the skills of these Java developers because you don't need to hire different developers for different languages. So you will have one only code base. And this is really important because the budget for maintaining one code base is way lower than the budget of maintaining 3 code bases and hiring different skilled developers. And we also will have enterprise support, meaning that not only we will be able to deploy client apps, but these apps will be able to connect safely to the cloud, to enterprise systems, and interact with them. So all these reasons become clear once you start creating your apps and see that packaging applications like we do today is the way to go, and it's just a standard. So with Gluon Mobile, we started a few years ago. We've been doing some talks over the last years about the possibility of using Gluon Mobile as a framework to develop Java applications and deploy them to Android and iOS. So a few years ago, we created, for instance, the Java 1 conference application. After that, we created the Devoxx app. The Devoxx app, you see that on the screen, is actually they are using it like probably for 4 years already, and they keep using it in all the conferences they have throughout the world. So it's an app that can target many different backends because every year they have different conferences, they have different backends, and we started using JavaFX ports, as we call that, because we thought about the name of porting JavaFX to mobile, so that's the name. And on top of JavaFX ports, we created Gluon Mobile, and since a few years ago, we have Gluon Mobile targeting Android and iOS. So I said I have a demo for the Devoxx app, but I won't do it. I will, if you don't know it, it's easy to find. Go to the App Store or to the Google Play, and look for Devoxx app and download it and try it out. You can see how it performs. So what I want to go is a step further and talk about JavaFX 11 and beyond on the client. So if you don't know about Gluon Mobile, you can check the gluonhq.com site and look for the documents about the Gluon Mobile stack of technologies to deploy to mobile. But we will try to talk about that now with the client. So we started like 4 or 5 years ago with JavaFX ports, and at that time we have Java 8 and JavaFX 8, and we could use that on Android and iOS, and we still do that, by the way. So so far that's the only way to deploy to Android and iOS using Java 8 and JavaFX 8, but that had serious limitations or restrictions because of the virtual machine that we had on Android that was limited to the Java classes that Android ported or created to as what we call the Dalvik VM. So basically it was targeting Java 6, Java 7, and a few features of Java 8. So for instance, we could use lambdas, but only because we have what we call the retro Lambda project that basically internally was converting these Lambda expressions to anonymous inner classes. So we couldn't have streams or other features that were new in Java 8. So far, it was like a good choice between not having Java on mobile or having Java 7, 8 or mobile. It was okay. So that's the compromise we have to get. That's okay. We can live with that. It was a serious drawback, but there was no other option. So we started with JavaFX ports. We created Gluon Mobile on top of that, based on OpenJFX 8, with some mobile modifications. So as I said, the good part of that was that we had a system that allowed us to deploy to different platforms, so we could do really do write and write once and run it in different platforms, not only desktop but also mobile platforms. And it was great to have Java again back on mobile. So one of the new things that obviously weren't there before initially is we have now at this time we have smartphones, very powerful smartphones with really high-end GPUs. So we could benefit from this hardware accelerated cross-platform UIs. So we started using JavaFX as a UI framework for these mobiles applications, and in the same way, in the very same way as we did on desktop. Well, as I said, that's the good. The bad was, of course, the limitations we had on the Java language features, like streams. Basically, the streams were the main drawback. And of course, we had to fork and do some patches that didn't make it to upstream. So we had some different modifications here and there for Android and iOS. And we were still limited by the VMs that we were targeting, Dalvik on Android, and the RoboVM project at that time that, as maybe some of you may know, it was finally it was bought by Microsoft and it was shut down. So we had some good news. We can deploy to mobile. We had some bad news. We have some limitations. So what can we do about that now in 2019? So the good news now is we have GraalVM. Well, we had GraalVM a few years ago, but now it's becoming mature enough to use it on production. They have a release for Java 8, so what they call Graal 19 is their release for production that supports Java 8. So we work with the Graal team, but not in Java 8, but in Java 11. We are working on the new release that they don't have it yet. So we are working on the beta version of GraalVM 20 for the next year that will support Java 11. And based on GraalVM, we were able to leverage also OpenJFX 11 and OpenJDK 11. So we combine these three open source frameworks all together to create the new version of mobile applications using Java. So we are starting with Java 11 on mobile with full feature support. So there is nothing that prevents us from running all the cool features we have in Java 11, not only 11, but 12, 13, 14, and so on. So we are now taking a good foundation for the future releases of Java and JavaFX based on GraalVM. And we will have, actually we do have now already a few samples that prove that we have support for all the latest features. And also a good news is that we don't need to fork and derive that much from the upstream projects. We have everything we need in these mainstream repositories. So we are working in close relation with these teams, and if we need to change something, so it has, we need some support on mobile, the change go upstream. So there are no forks, no difference between the real repositories. So this is real Java without any compromise, without any showstopper, and it can be used now to create mobile apps using standard IDEs and using typical plugins that we provide for Gradle or Maven. So we can run Java 11 and beyond. We can run JavaFX 11 and beyond based on GraalVM with support for Java 11. So if probably you heard already about GraalVM, so I'm not going to talk that much about them. There are many sessions during this conference about GraalVM. Just go and check their website. So basically it's a universal virtual machine that will run applications in many different languages. So it's polyglot, it's native and embeddable. and as I said, we are using the version that supports Java 11 and beyond. So how does this work? The idea here is that we need to combine the different technologies, different stacks, and make them work nice all together and produce a result that will be either an application that runs on a platform or a native image that it's targeting that platform. Okay, so basically we will start with our Java regular project, with or without the JavaFX. So it doesn't really matter, but obviously if you want to display a graphic user interface, you need some toolkit, and we will use JavaFX for that. So we have our regular project, Java project with JavaFX as a UI. We have our dependencies, any kind of dependencies coming either Maven or Gradle. And now we will plug our plugins. So these plugins target what we are calling Gluon substrate, which is the lower level we have in the Gluon technology, but on top of the GraalVM framework. So Gluon substrate will just manage the different calls you have to make to do what they call native image. So basically, is the way to pass all the different options, all the different settings, all the different dependencies to the native image, so it does its job and produce the native image as a result. In this process, we will, as I said before, we will use Java SDK, we will use JavaFX SDK, and these are regular, standard Java distributions coming from OpenJDK and OpenJFX. Maybe you know already, but Gluon is part of the OpenJFX as project lead of OpenJFX. But as I said before, we are not doing any fork of OpenJFX. We have, sometimes we need to do a mobile branch to do in advance some changes, but later on these changes go back upstream. So we don't intend to do a different fork and separate from upstream. So we use, as I said, Java and JavaFX SDKs, and we also add GraalVM with the native image target, and we do ahead of time compilation. So the idea is we are using static libraries to produce an image ahead of time. So one of the main issues now, once you start using this stack of technologies, that you do the thing that has to be done on desktop before deploying to your mobile device, and it takes a lot of time. So it's producing an image nowadays is still a very consuming time and energy process. So that's something that probably in the future will be improved. But anyway, we have the way to produce this native image, and we will add on top of that, we will add the Gluon mobile technology, and we will also add the plugins to deploy to mobile. So as a result, we will get an image that could run on desktop. And for now, the native images we are producing for desktop are only for Linux and Mac. We don't have support for Windows yet, but neither does GraalVM. So GraalVM is still with some kind of beta support for Windows, so it's coming a little bit later than Linux and Mac. And for mobile, we have support for iOS as of now, as of a few months ago. And Android is coming along slowly, but it will be there in a few weeks, probably. So we are working on that. So basically, the scheme is more or less the same as we had before with Gluon Mobile and JavaFX Port, but now we will replace the JavaFX Port plugin with the Gluon Substrate or client plugins, and we will add to the picture, we will add GRAL native image to produce the native image that we can deploy on Android or iOS or desktop as well. Of course, there is nothing preventing us from using our usual technologies to integrate the enterprise system like Gluon Cloud Link and connect to the cloud or to any backend. So from a top level point of view, nothing changed. So everything is changing under the hood in the technologies we use to produce the mobile apps that we did before. So actually the transition from Gluon Mobile from Java 8 to Gluon Mobile Java 11 is kind of similar. And there is no real challenge in the transition. Of course, if you have any question, please just go ahead and raise your hand. We can address it now, or we can do it later if you want. So, if you want to get started with Gluon Mobile on 11, how can you do that? Well, there are a few documents that you can use. So we had, if you didn't know about the possibility of using Java 8, we have a getting started guide for that. So basically, in this guide, you will find how to install Java and JavaFX and create your first Hello World sample. And the most important part, how to deploy to Android, how to deploy to iOS. And what about the Gluon ID plugins? So about these plugins, we have these plugins for a few years that will create a template project for you in your favorite IDE. And this project will contain all the plugins, all the tools that you needed to just click, 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 run, deploy, and send your project to your mobile device. So we are still not there yet, but the new IDE plugins will contain the new, the latest Gluon Substrate and Gluon Client plugins, but we don't have them at this moment. But the IDE plugins will do exactly the same. We'll provide a template project and all the tools you need to just click and deploy. So coming back to the new getting started guide for clients. So we have this, sorry, I thought you were seeing that. Yes. Okay, sorry about that. So we have this guide for the new client plugin. And we have the difference between Java 8 and 11 is that now we do have support for Maven as well as for Gradle. For Java 8, we only have support for Gradle. Now we have support for both. So you can read about this guide. What are the requirements to get started? How to install your JDK for iOS. We need the LLVM backend, so you need to install that. And after that, it's just adding the plugin to your POM or to your Gradle build file, and pretty much this is it. It will take care of almost everything. So we have a new goals or new tasks on Gradle. So we call them client. On Maven, you can do client compile. So this, as you can read, this goal does the ahead of time compilation. So it's very intensive and it's very lengthy. It takes several minutes on a powerful machine with all your fans 100% working. So the idea here is, okay, if you are running your JavaFX project on your machine, use your regular Java VM, your hotspot VM, run the project first. Once you are confident the project is done and works fine, then go to native image, because running this goal here many times is not funny. It takes a lot of time and a lot of resources. So this is the, as I say, the lengthiest process. After that, once you have created your native image object, you have to link it. And once the object is linked, you can create an executable. So this executable is tailored for a given platform, and you can run it. So I will show you a few samples now. We have different possible targets, as I mentioned before. So if you are running on your machine, you can deploy to your machine, like Linux or Mac. Or if you're running on Mac, you can deploy to iOS. For now, we still need a Mac to deploy to iOS. And you can also target the iOS simulator. So you can deploy to your machine, to a simulator running on your machine, or to your real iPhone device or iPad device. For iOS, let me just mention about this guide. It's at the end of the doc. So for those of you that don't have an Apple ID or you are not enrolled in the developer program, there is a way to deploy to your iPhone or iPad device without paying a fee every year to be a developer enrolled with Apple. So that's called the free provisioning program, and that's documented all here. So if you want to give it a try, just follow the steps, create this Xcode project as an initial project to deploy to your phone. It will create a provisioning profile for you, and then you can deploy your Java application. So everything is documented there. Okay, so I will show now these two plugins we have on GitHub. These are open source plugins. So for instance, this is the client Gradle plugin. So in a regular Gradle project, you will just add it to your list of plugins. So far we are number 12. But anyway, so the idea here is the same as on Maven. You will use this task called native compile. That is the ahead of time compilation. Then you will use native link, and then you will use native run. So we have a different set of options. I would like to mention this because this target will allow you selecting the platform you want to run your app on. So target host is the default, means that this is your machine, either Linux or Mac for now. You can change that to iOS or to iOS sim to the simulator. That's the default Graal version we are using, or the JavaFX version we are using. Bundles list or resources list or reflection list by default are empty, but one of the things that it's important to notice on Graal is that reflection is not supported out of the box. So if you do use reflection, you have to say in advance what classes are expected to be used on reflection. So this reflection list should be filled with all the classes you will be expecting to call as, like in class for name, blah, blah, blah. This class should be added to that list. By default, there is a big list of default regular JavaFX classes, but the classes on your project should be added too. Or if, for instance, if you are using FXML, which is very intensive in reflection, most of the classes used on FXML should be added here as well. Then we also have this attach config block here. Attach is what we called before Charm Down, which was the library to accessing all the native services on mobile. So we have services like storage or device, display, battery, GPS, pictures. All these native libraries or services can be added as well to your project. Now we call them attach instead of turn down, but the idea is the same. So this services list will be filled with all the services you need. Okay, so about samples, we have a bunch of samples already available. And client samples, you can go and check either Maven or Gradle. So for instance, for Gradle, we have HelloFX, HelloFXML, Hello Gluon, Hello World. So you can check any of these projects and see. So instead of checking the repository, I will show you here. So this is what it looks like. So let me just comment that for now. Basically, as plugins, we will have the regular JavaFX plugin for JavaFX 11, 12, or 13. In case you are using JavaFX, you will know about this plugin. It takes care of all the modular dependencies of your JavaFX project. And we are just adding the client Gradle plugin to the build. So here we will select the target to run on host or iOS. If we need to, we could add the bundle list, for instance. Bundle list shows there. Or we could add the attach config, block, whatever. There we set the JavaFX regular part, version number, modules we need, and our main class. Since I'm running here, let me just set my JDK to 12, for instance, and let me just run this project. So this is the HelloFX sample. It's quite simple. It will just create a JavaFX app with an image and a label. This label just says the number of JavaFX version I have and the number of Java version I have. Okay. So for native image, I will now do something like Gradle native compile. I'm not going to do it now because we don't have time. But it will take like around 6 minutes on my Mac. It's a MacBook Pro from 2015. It's not a bad device. So in a powerful device, it takes like 6, 10 minutes, depending on the project and the number of dependencies you have. So I won't do that. I already have it. So I will show you the result in terms of files I have here in the build folders. So there is this client folder, and I have 2 targets. I prepared this example last night. I ran it twice, one for Mac, one for iOS. So here is the result of running for Mac. So there is a JVM folder with some files here, some files there, but basically the most important part is here. So this guy there is the object resulting of the native compile task. This object contains all the code pack in one file. It's 88 megabytes, as you can see there. So a few things I'd like to mention. There is a log file where you have verbose output of all the steps you are doing. So I'd like to comment a few things from here. So you see total time, these are around 6 minutes. You see all the steps that the GraalVM native image is doing. And the important thing here is you get all the command line instructions. So in case you have any issue, for instance, or you can see this compile file, this is the actual, let me just show it there. So you can copy or you can run this script on command line. This is the exact command line we use to produce the native image. So you see all the options, like unlock experimental VN options, enable JVM CI, CI compiler, or platform, GraalVM native image, version 20, whatever, all the sports we need from all the modules we use, all the dependencies that the GraalVM task needs, with different flags we use. So for instance, when we provide a bundles list, this bundle list will be, at the end, mapped into something like include resources, this bundle list, or whatever. So all these options are here. Of course, all the dependencies in your project. So all the command line required is created here. So in case you have any issues, you can always come here and see the compile sh script and run it on your own. Or also there is this link script that is used to link the object file we have. So after you do native compile, the next step will be doing native link. That will create this link. And the native link will create this HelloFX app folder, which if you see in your Finder, for instance, this is an actual app. It's probably too small. Okay, there you go. So that's an app already. In fact, I can double click here and it works. And you notice the launch time? I will do it again. Instant. So this is one of the things you all have heard about GraalVM, right? Initial startup time is close to 0. So even for a JavaFX project, well, we don't really care that much about waiting for a second to get the project running, but it's important to have this as well. So we benefit from that. So as you can see, we have some icons and assets for our app, so we can modify that. And the way to do that is to go here to this assets folder and provide your icons. So if you want to change and use your own icons, you can put them there. So this is the target for my host machine, for my Mac, but I also did the same for iOS. So I just had to change I don't see it now. Okay, so here it is. I changed this to target iOS, and I run again native compile and native link, and I create this HelloFX app that if I show you here, now this is an app for your mobile. So I can plug my device, and I can just say, if I say now native run, instead of running the iOS app on my machine, it will deploy it to my iPhone. Great, so I'm running out of time. I don't have time to show it, but let me just give it. Okay, there you go. So this is the very same app. Okay, so client run, deploys to my phone, and it opens on my phone. Deploying takes maybe 30 seconds. So the longest part is again the compile task, but deploying it's instant. I can show you other apps I have here. For instance, Hello Gluon. I don't have more time to explain in detail all the steps, but there is nothing that prevents running any dependency on your project. Or if you want to see a more complex app, we have this, we call it the chat app. So this is actually going to Oracle Cloud to retrieve some images. So can upload an image, share your location. This is actually using GPS on your device, and so on. So, running out of time, I'm going to go ahead to finish the slides and give a few minutes for questions. Sorry about that. Okay, so I already mentioned that. The different scripts, the files, the logs, the assets if you want to change. And as I mentioned before, we are creating updating our IDE plugin so you can just create the project and deploy on your phone. Samples already cover HelloFX. For Gluon, for Hello Gluon, the project is already in GitHub, so you can check it out. Just to mention, if you are running also JavaFX, Gluon Mobile on Java 11, on Java 8, the dependencies we had before don't work on 11, so we have new dependencies, we have new sets of dependencies. So we have Charm 6, we have Attach 4, Connect 2, and Maps 2. And this is, as I mentioned before, this is work in progress, so we have ongoing changes as soon as we face some difficulties. So bear with us that we are working on getting this already ready for production, so you can update your apps if you have apps on 8 and move to 11 and 12 and beyond. So, as mentioned during this talk, we are working on getting native image running on your machine. We have that on Mac and Linux. We are working on getting it on Windows. We also want you to target mobile devices and also embedded devices. There is no reason we cannot support embedded devices. So we have support for iOS, as you already saw on my phone, and we are working on Android. That should be in a few weeks. So we have support for all the features in Java 11 and beyond. And if there is no support for some features, because GraalVM doesn't support it yet, we are working on getting it ready. So we get the benefits of a fast startup. We have the benefit of native images, so we don't need JPackage, so we don't need to package our app anymore. And while the existing FX Mobile plugin is still valid and we haven't deprecated it yet, we would like you to work and test the new client and give us all the feedback you want. And for my part, this is it. We have 2 minutes for questions, so please go ahead. Yes. So the question is license still going to be the same? So the answer is we don't have new technologies other than Graal, which is open source, and OpenJDK and OpenJFX. All of them are open source. So we are not going to change the underlying licenses, which are all of them are open source. The only licenses we have is only on Gluon Mobile and on Gluon Cloud Link. Yes, so the charges about the licenses, they are not supposed to change. So, yeah. More questions? So the question is, to develop to iOS, do we still need a Mac? Yes, the answer is yes. So we are working on 2 different options for that. One is go to the cloud to send your to send your project to be built on the cloud. We started a few years ago with something called Gluon Builds, but we didn't have time to finish that. Yes, something that we have on our mind. It's not there yet, and we don't promise anything about that. But yeah, that's a possible thing to do. Yeah. So. So if I get it right, the question is, we have to put all the JavaFX SDK, and also we have to put all the Android SDK on the path to create the native image, right? So the answer, of course, is just we need to put all these libraries. So the plugin, the client plugins manage to do that for you. So we have a special location where we set all the JDK and the JavaFX SDK, and there are a bunch of a bunch of static libraries we use, and all of those are retrieved by the plugin. And also, you have to set, as you did before, you have to set the Android SDK, or if you are using iOS, you need to set your Xcode, because we are still using the Xcode tools or the Android tools to deploy. That doesn't change. Okay. Okay, we are out of time. Last question. Okay, so thank you very much for coming. I hope you enjoy the talk, and if I will write for you to give it a try and send us all the feedback you want. And thank you.
Can you hear me? Yeah, thank you. So let's start. So today, me and Kishore would like to give an update on a vector API, the project which has been part of Project Panama for quite a while. So I'm employed by Oracle, so there is a bonus slide. On the slide deck I have to present, and since it's a joint talk, Kishore his own slide from Intel as well. So why do we care about vectors? So like since the Moore law is still holding, there are problems with performance starting to start a couple of decades ago, early 2000. There were no improvement on raw performance on per core basis, and that was related to the hitting the power wall. So people started looking into parallelizing their workloads to get along with the with the performance. Still, the transistor count continues to grow, and there are multiple levels where you can benefit from that. On a machine level, spanning across multiple hosts. On a single CPU level, there are many core systems available these days. And on a core level, there are SIMD extensions, which allows to process many elements at once. So along with the CPUs, there are specialized hardware available these days, like GPUs, FPGAs, different ASICs. But for today, we focus on CPUs. What can be done with CPUs? And looking at what happens with the CPUs these days, it's not uncommon to have systems with tens of hardware cores available, and like top tier Intel Xeon has up to 56 cores, and there are 2 threads per core. So if we look at such a CPU, we can see that if you're able to utilize AVX512, you can get like up to 2,000 elements at once on a CPU level. So how does SIMD looks on a hardware level? There are wide multi-word registers available. Like right now, on a recent x86 systems, there are 3 sizes of register available: 128, 256, and 512. And those represent like a sort of packed vectors, and instructions operate on vector registers, treating the individual parts depending on the instruction. Like the same register can be interpreted like a vector of integers, vector of doubles, vector of shorts. So the instructions are able to gather values from memory, where they are laid densely in memory, and operate on them and then store them back. So today, all modern architectures provide different levels of SIMD. Like on x86, there is a multitude of different extensions available. ARM has Neon, and they have been talking about SV and recently announced SV2, and Power has Ultivac for quite a while. And it's not something like established, like it evolves quickly, and like during recent years, like starting since 2017, AVX512 was extended with numerous small extensions. Like every new architecture from Intel adds some new smaller extensions to AVX512. So AVX512 is not something monolithic, but there are multiple smaller extensions incorporated into it. So it's very fragmented at the moment. So what are the options to use those instructions in your workload? So you can split them in 3 different categories, like automatic, when the platform does it for you, and sequential semantics of the language and code patterns gets into way, so it's easy to break it. You can annotate your code with some pragmas and get it, provide some help to the platform, but it requires manual work. And you can code explicitly, like exercising individual instructions, trying to get the benefit. So JVM in a good position in that respect because the Java bytecode is inherently platform agnostic. So for platform, it's easier to exercise individual extensions available at runtime because using CPU probing. Like depending on what hardware you run on, you exercise some particular instructions. And the dynamic code generation helps here as well. Use only instructions which are available. So right now, Hotspot provides automatic vectorization in C2 compiler. And some JVM intrinsics utilize vector instructions as well. But there are some problems, like, as I mentioned, automatic vectorization is brittle. So tiny changes in the code, which looks benign, can easily break the optimization. So the optimization is inherently conservative. Intrinsics are powerful, but they are point fixes. You can only intrinsify some particular operations available on a platform API. So it's not a general solution. You can't vectorize your own code using intrinsics. And if you can definitely use JNI, but the overhead is quite large, and VM doesn't have a representation for vector values. They are not part of JVM type systems, so you have to use some workarounds which are hard to optimize. So that's why we care about explicit API for vectors, and it looks like it's time to embrace the explicit vectorization on the JVM. And Kishore.
Yeah, thanks, Vladimir. So here are the goals which we set out for Vector API. So the first goal is the API should be expressive and portable. So expressive, by that we mean is our API should be able to express all the common vector operations which are available on different hardwares. So there shouldn't be any missing API because of which would hinder users from using the API. And portable API follows the Java programming model of having a portable API. The second is performant. So whenever there is a hardware support for a particular instruction, our API should guarantee that the compiler would actually generate the right vector instructions and use them. The third one is graceful performance degradation. What this means is if you run your vector API on a platform which does not support that particular instruction or that particular vector length, the performance shouldn't degrade as much as compared to the scalar version. So those are the three goals which we keep in mind when we implement Vector API. So let's start with some basic definitions. So what's a vector? So we define vector as a tuple of scalars of a fixed length of V length. Scalars are all of the same type, which we call E-type. And the scalars which are currently supported in Vector API are byte, short, int, float, and the float long, and the floating point types float and double. V shape is the total size of the vector, which is the product of the length and the number of bits in a given type. And V shape determines how the vector is mapped to the underlying hardware. Each location, we refer to each location in the vector as a lane. So in this example, we have a vector of length 8. And so when we refer to the first element in the first scale in the vector, we call it the lane 0, and lane 1, and so on. So what's inside a vector? So as I said before, a vector shape, a vector of a particular shape, like in this case, a 128-bit vector, it gets mapped to a hardware instruction like XMM on Intel platforms. And depending on what kind of vector it is, it could pack 4 integers or 4 floating points, or it could pack 2 longs or 2 doubles. Similarly, it could pack 8 shorts. So to represent vectors, this is the class hierarchy which we define. So the top level of the hierarchy is the vector class, which is parameterized by the element type E. And so this class implements all the operations which are common across all the vector types. Further down, we have classes which are specific to a particular type of vector. So for all the integral vectors, we have byte vector, short vector, int vector, and long vector, and we have float and double vectors. So this classes define methods which are specific to a particular type of vector. So for example, all the integral vectors would define operations such as bitwise bit manipulation instructions, which are not available for floating point. Floating point vectors would, on the other hand, would implement methods like like sine, cos, and so on, which are only defined for float vectors. They also override the methods which are defined in the vector by having specialized parameters. And below them are the concrete vectors, which are concrete vector classes, which are defined for a particular type and particular shape of a vector. All these vectors are private. They are not accessible to the user. So, but all the instances of vectors are instances of all the concrete classes. So users typically get access to vectors by factory methods on the top 2 classes. So along with the vector classes, we define different auxiliary classes to help in our computation, one of which is vector species. So vector species is a class which helps us to manage all the vectors which are of a particular type and a particular shape. And these are most commonly used when you first create, actually create vectors, or when you load vectors from memory. There are certain fixed instances of species which are defined for each available type and shape. And these are accessible via the constant fields defined in the typed vectors, like int vector dot species 512. So this species 512 would represent all the vectors of shape 512 bits, and which have integer values within them. Similarly, you could query the vector species class to give you a particular vector species of a type and of a particular shape. The species method on a vector gives you the species which the vector belongs to. And so which are operations which you define on vectors, they should be applied on the vectors of the same species. For example, if you invoke a method add on a vector v1 and pass it v2, so both v1 and v2 should have the same species, else a runtime exception would be thrown. And even the result returned by this addition would be of the same species as the 2 vectors. So let's first look at how can we create vectors. So the most commonly used and the primary operation which we support is from array. So in this, I'm using int vector as an example. So from array is a method which you take the species as an input, as a first parameter, and the second parameter is the int array from which you want to load the vector. And the third int parameter is the offset into the array. And it would return a vector of the given species. Similarly, there are other methods which for creating vectors. So from byte array would load vectors from an array, but instead of int arrays, it would load from byte arrays, and it takes an optional byte order. There are many methods which come in handy when you are creating vectors, such as you could create a vector from values which you pass directly to the function. You could broadcast a single int element into an integer vector. Similarly, the single method would give you a vector which just has one element at lane 0, which is set to the input parameter. So there is a random method which will return you an int vector of random values. And along with these operations, the other way of creating vectors is by operating on vectors. So vectors are immutable classes. So whichever operation we do on vectors would return you a new vector. So with this, let's take a example, a simple example. Suppose you want to multiply two arrays, float arrays. The scalar way of doing it is you iterate over the elements of the array one by one. And if for each element you multiply the corresponding element in the second array and store the result in the result array. In vector API, you could do the same thing, where you first start with the species. So first you fetch the species which you want to work with. So in this case, you're using float vector dot species 256, which is on Intel hardware, it would map to AVX2 registers. So in the loop body, you would create a float vector AV from the first vector by passing it the species and passing the offset into from which you want to load the array from. Similarly, you create the second vector from the input array B. The then you multiply the two vectors using the mul operation, and that will return your float vector CV. And finally, you store that the vector into the result array. And if you look at the loop controls, here you, instead of striding over one element at a time, you would stride over a species.length element at a time. So in this case, since we are using 256, you would stride over 8 elements at a time. So in this code, if you notice, we have conveniently assumed that the input vectors are a multiple of the species length, which might not be the case typically. So this is how you would code for arbitrary array length. So similar to the earlier example, you have the main loop, which would iterate over the arrays in strides of the species length. And at the end, you had to write a tail loop in which you would go through the arrays one by one to process the tail elements. Here, the difference in the terminating condition of the loop is, instead of using array.length, you have to compute the right size at which you have to stop. So if you your array is not a multiple of species length, and if you read past the length of the array, then you would get a array index out of bounds exception. So to help you with the computation, there is a helper method called loopbound, which defined on species, which takes the array length and it returns you the largest multiple of species length, which is less than the length of the array. So this is yeah. So one problem with this is not only you had to repeat the computation in the main loop and also in the tail loop, but also you have to the main computation happens in the vector API using the vector API semantics, and the tail loop you're using the regular Java operations. So this could lead to problems about error-prone code. So to solve that, one way to solve it is using mask. So I'll talk about mask later, but for this example, in the tail processing, we are using create a mask. So mask is basically a sequence of true and false values, and a mask can be used in vector operations to select whether you have to operate on a particular lane or not. So in this example, you create a mask using a helper method index in range defined in species. So depending on your array length, the first few elements of the mask would be true, and the later elements would be false. And you use mask when you're reading from the array. So use the same API as in the main loop, but you pass in the mask. So the A vector which we loaded in the tail, it would only load the first few elements from the array, so that it won't read past the array length. And the rest of the elements would be the default value. So in case of integer, it would be 1 or 0. Yeah. So similarly, you load the second array and you use the same computation in the tail loop. So at least we have the same computation. So this is less error prone. Even better is you don't have to write a tail loop. So you could use the mask in the main loop body to start with. So here, in the body of the main loop, you start with creating a mask. So using the current index and the array length, you create a mask, and then you use that mask to load from the array. And then after you do the computation, you write using the mask again. So what that means is the first, except for the last iteration, the mask generated would be all true. So only in the last iteration when you are at the end of the array, that's when mask would have first few elements as true and the rest element as false. So we still don't have, we don't generate optimal code for this kind of situation. So, but in the future we will work on optimizing such kind of computation, such kind of mask usage. So right now it's not recommended to use such kind of loops. So in the earlier examples, if you remember, we used species 256. So we had hard-coded to use species of length 256. And that code would work on AVX, like a Intel AVX2 machine or Intel AVX 512 machine. But it would give a good performance when you're leaving some performance on the table when you're using 256-bit vector on a 512-bit machine. Or if you go to a machine which just supports 128-bit vectors, the earlier code won't generate the optimal code. It won't be as optimal. So what we recommend is writing species agnostic code. So for that, we provide a special species which is called species preferred, and this species preferred is initialized by the class loading during the class loading time to have to carry the species which is the maximum length of the vector which is supported by the underlying hardware. So this run, so in this case we use a species which is preferred for the current platform, and the rest of the computation is the same. So since we are striding over species length, so if the species is 8 values is of length 8, you would stride over length 8. If it's 16, you would stride over 16 values. So we saw a glimpse of mask before. So here is a more detailed explanation of mask. So mask is an ordered immutable sequence of Boolean values. So it's similar to vector in many aspects. So it's also like a sequence of values, but only Boolean values. It has a species, it has a length. So it's similar to vectors, but has a different usage. So it's the operation which are supported on mask are different. So mask only supports logical operations like AND, XOR, and so on. Most operations accept a mask, so there is an overloaded operation for every operation, which would take mask as input. And what that means is, if a mask is set at a particular lane, that operation gets applied to that lane elements. If it's false, the operation does not get applied to that particular lane. So masks are a way for us, gives us a way to express control flow in the vector API code. So here is an example how you could encode control flow using mask. So let's suppose you have an income array. And suppose for every income less than 1,000, you want to bump the income up by 20%. So the scalar way of writing this is fairly simple. Go through each element, do a comparison, and if it's less than 1,000, you apply increment by that percentage. So in vector API, you could do the same thing using mask. So as before, you start with the preferred species. Using the preferred species, you load a vector from the given float array. And then there is the comparison. So the float vector fv dot less than lt is less than. So there you do a less than comparison of every element in the vector with the value 1,000. And what that gives you is returns you as a mask. So the mask would be set for whichever lane values which are less than 1,000, and it would be unset for values which are greater than 1,000. And you could use that mask in your further computation. So next you do the multiplication, and where you pass in the mask, and only where the mask is true, you would the value would be multiplied by there's the addition step which I missed, I think. So yeah, it's multiplied by the given percentage, and you would add it to the vector. And finally, then you store the result vector into the income array. So this is how you could encode control flow. So following are the different ways you could create mask. Like vectors, you could load mask from arrays. You could create it from values. There are some helper functions such as mask call, indexing range, which we saw earlier, which would help you create mask. And like we saw before, comparison test on vectors yields in a mask, and also operation on a mask, which will give you will return you mask. Okay, now let's look at the different operations which are supported by vectors. So the primary classification which you use for the operations is lane-wise versus cross-lane operations. So on the left side, you see a lane-wise operation. So what that means is the add operation which is passed to lane-wise, it gets applied to the corresponding lane in the participating vectors. So another way to think about it is the addition operation is broadcasted across the vectors, and the corresponding lanes in the two vectors participate in the addition, and you get the result in the corresponding lane. A cross-lane operation is an operation which is applied on the values in the same vector. So one example is reduce lanes. Here, to reduce lane, you pass a operation which is addition, and what it returns you a scalar value, which is the addition of all the vectors in the input vector. So here is a kind of an entire summary of the operations written in short form available in Vector API. This slide and the next slide. First we had the binary operations, which are supported using a lane-wise method. So the lane-wise method takes a binary op and takes the second input vector and an optional mask. And the binary operation which we support are arithmetic operations, add, sub, mul, min, max. Then there is logical operations or XOR. We can do shifts on the lane values. Also floating point support, sine, cos, power of, and so on. Similarly, on the same lines, you have unary operation, which is again supported by lane-wise method, which takes a unary operation as the input and an optional mask. There are few ternary operations which we support right now. Example of which is FMA, where a lane-wise method, an overload of a lane-wise method takes a ternary operation, and the two vectors which participate in the operation. Then we have comparison operations and test operations. So comparison is like we saw before, less than, equal to. They yield you a mask. Similarly, test operations to test the values within a particular vector. So we have a big set of conversion operations, which I won't go into much detail, but I can just take one example. So if you look at, there's a conversion operation for integer to long. So what that does is, it would convert a vector of particular species or of a particular type to a vector of different particular type or to a different type. And what conversion you want to apply to each lane is specified by passing any of these operands. So in the convert method, along with the operation, it takes the part. So this is for writing shape agnostic code. So what that means, let's say if you have a int vector of 512 bits, you're operating on int vector of 512 bits, and certain point you want to convert it to a vector of longs. So what that would mean is 512 bits would expand to a 1024-bit vector, which is not supported on the hardware. So to help you write shape agnostic code, you supply the part. So a conversion from integer to long would take two values for part, 0, 1. So depending on, if you specify 0, what that means is if you expand 512 to 1024, you get the first half of the 512 into a 512 you'll get the first half of 512-bit vector into expanded to longs of 512. If you specify part number as 1, you would get the upper half of the int vector into a resulting float vector. So we saw reduced lanes, which are the crosslane, which is one of the crosslane operation. Another one is rearrange. I will talk about rearrange in a while. So a few months back, we moved away from, so earlier we had methods defined for every type of operation, and along with that, each of these overloaded variants. So that resulted in like more than 140 operations which were defined and which need to be supported. So that's why a couple of months back, we moved to expressing operation using lane-wise method. But still, we have some methods some operations which we call full service operations. So for those operations, examples of which are add, sub, mul. For those operations, we have named functions to perform those operations. So an add could be encoded using lane-wise and passing it to add, or you could directly call an add method on a vector. So shuffles, if you were to define shuffles, it's a ordered sequence of immutable int values, and what those int values are, they represent the source indexes when you apply a shuffle on a source vector. So basically, shuffle is an input to the rearrange operation. So when you do a rearrange on a vector, the int values in the shuffle determine from which lane you have to copy the values from. So here is an example where you apply a shuffle on the source vector, and based on the values, you get the result vector. Here's an example where, let's say you have an array of ints, and you have to add 2 consecutive elements in the array. So using shuffle, you could do it in this way. So start with the preferred species, and then you stride over twice the species length, and within the loop body, you first load 4. I'm taking an example of 128-bit vectors. So first you load the first 4 integers into V1, then you load the second 4 integers into V2, and there is a convenience method defined in vector shuffle, which is called make unzip, which would return you the right number of which would return you a shuffle which you could use for such kind of rearrange operations. So it's basically unzipping. You pick alternate values from the vectors and put them together. That's what the unzip operation means. So here you get a shuffle. The first shuffle is for getting the even elements from the 2 vectors, and the second shuffle is for getting the odd elements. So on the right side, you have the example what's contained in the shuffle. So in the even shuffle, you have 0, 2, -4, and -2. So so it can have negative values. So what the negative values means is, I'll talk about it in a minute. So after you get the 2 shuffles, you first apply a rearrange on the first vector, and so you first apply a rearrange to extract out all the even elements in the int vectors. So the rearrange is called on vector 1, and you pass vector 2 as a second input, and that would basically give you a vector which has 0, 2, 4, and 6. So all the elements at even indexes in the array. And then a second rearrange using the shuffle created for extracting out the odd elements. You would apply a rearrange using that shuffle, and that would give you 1, 3, 4, 5, and 7. So what we have now is the adjacent elements are now in different vectors, they are below each other. Now we could apply an addition on them, and then store the result into the result array. So here's an example of shuffle. So here are some examples of common vector computations, and I will show examples and quickly go through the generated code and the performance. So dot prod is one of the first examples. On the bottom is the vector version of dot product. So here we use the FMA operation to operate on 8 float values at the same time, and you gather you use an accumulator and accumulate all the additions into an accumulator, and at the end you reduce do a reduction on the sum to get the dot product of the entire array. So this is how the generated code looks like. So the compiler does unrolling. So inside it first unrolls it 4 times, and after that you see AVX2 instructions being used. This was generated on my laptop. So AVX2 instruction is used to load the 2 vectors, and FMA operation is used for each of the 4 FMA operations. So you could get further more performance by unrolling the array. So one limitation of this implementation is each FMA operation uses the same destination register. So it creates a dependency from one instruction to the other. So you could avoid that by having 4 different accumulators. So unroll it manually, use 4 different accumulators, and then outside, once you are done with the main loop, you apply reduction on all the different accumulators and return the sum. So like before, this also generates 4 FMA instructions, but they use different YML registers as output. So this results in better use of the pipeline. Here's the performance what I see on AVX on Intel Xeon platform. So you get 14x performance with the first version, and roughly 16x performance, 17x performance with the unrolled version. Yeah, by the way, these examples are borrowed from Richard Statin's blog. So he's one of the earlier adopters of Vector API. This is another example from his blog where you could optimize matrix multiplication by working on tiles at a time, and also you could do unroll inside the loops. So you could work, in this case, unroll 8 times to work on 8 different vectors. So the performance with this, on a 256-bit machine, you would see roughly 3x performance, and on a 512-bit machine, you will see 5x performance. So Vector APIs can also be used for the common JDK operations. So once Vector API becomes part of the general JDK release, it could be used for example, for implementing hash code. So here, so this is the current implementation of hash code using scalar operations. So here's the process of how you could vectorize it. So if you think about unrolling the loop and working on different constants, so you can see you work on multiple powers of 31 on different values inside the array. So what you could do is you could convert these constants into a vector, pre-compute them, and then multiply them into the input vector. So here's the vectorized version, how it looks like. So the main things to point out are you create the coefficient vector by pre-computing the powers of 31, and use that coefficient vector inside the loop, where you load 8 bytes at a time, or you load a vector, and from that and multiply that vector with the coefficient vector. So since we don't have much time, I would just skim through this implementation. There is another way of implementing vector hash code. So this is the same idea as dot product, where you use an accumulator. Instead of using reduction inside the main loop, you use an accumulator, and outside of the main loop, you do a reduction. And if you further unroll it, you get even more performance. So here's the performance which I see on a AVX machine, on a Xeon machine. So the first version of Vector gives you 4x performance, and the last version which you saw using unrolling, it gives you around 12x performance. So along the same lines, array mismatch can be implemented using Vector API. So right now we have an intrinsic implemented for array mismatch. But once we have Vector API, we don't have to write intrinsics, because it's difficult to maintain intrinsics, and they need to be written at a lower level. So here's an implementation using Vector API. The thing to point out is using the compare operation to generate a mask, and use the any true method. So if any of the values inside the mask are true, you break out of the loop, and then you do a scalar comparison. the performance we see with Vector API is 2.5x with respect to the scalar version. An array mismatch, which is intrinsified, it gives you 3x performance. So this is one of the things where it either is a gap in the API or which we need to fix, or there are some operations which are better hard-coded. So in this case, array mismatch generates a sequence of instructions which can't be easily generated by Vector API. So this is one example of hard coding may give you better performance. So this is a final example of sepia filter. This is a scalar version where you apply the some computation on the different RGB values, and this is a vector version. And this is the generated code using vector multiplication and the blend operation. And this is the final demo of where so this is a pre-recorded demo of sepia filter. This is running on a desktop. So this will give you a graphical representation of how Vector API could be faster. So on the top is the Vector API, which is already finished, and in the bottom is a scalar implementation. So you roughly see around 3x performance gain in this case. So I'll hand it over to Vladimir.
Thank you. Yeah. So that's the API overview, and I would like to cover project status as well. So we have been talking about Vector API since 2016. And since then, we went through at least 3 major rewrites on implementation level. There were 3 approaches, and we are like on a third run. So right now we are pretty confident we are close to release something into JDK, and the plan is to get it out as an incubator model. The API is deliberately non-final because we expect that future language change will significantly affect the API, like inline types, primitive specializations. With primitive specializations, we don't need, for example, to explicitly specialize code, like int vector, float vector should go away once primitive specialization is available. So on implementation level, the focus is on pre-AVX512 hardware. AVX512 is supported, but the implementation is not the most optimal one. And still, even if it's incubator module, the stability and quality requirements are high. So think of experimental JVM feature as an example of the quality requirement. So as of now, there is a gap in a candidate state, and the API. During past year, there was a major rewrite of the API. Kishore covered that, like lane-wise and all that stuff. It went in just half a year ago. So it's under official review, so once it's over, the plan is to get the JEP moving to propose to target and get it in an upcoming JDK release. So as I mentioned, it should be incubator project pending integration with the future language and VM features. So there are all the experiments going on with it, but we expect more adoption and more experiments once it's part of JDK release. So during past years, there was lots of work went into productizing the implementation. Right now, I would call it a feature complete state. So like all the functionality is there. There are still bugs which are being fixed, some inefficiencies. But the progress during past year was significant. So what to expect after the release? So there are still API challenges. So with the current state of the API, the operations and vector shapes look very nice. So they're mostly orthogonal, independent. So you can code in a way which abstracts away both the element types and vector shapes, but it's not applied to the data. Like you saw the loop shapes, like how you need to provide the post loop, tail loops, and that's what should be fixed with masks as a stop the gap solution. And right now VM doesn't cover that fully, so it doesn't produce most optimal code shape, but it should be fixed in the near future. So JIT compiler should be able to lower that into efficient code akin to what auto-vectorization does, like spinning different loops most optimal to processing, like pre-loop, main loop, post-loop. And on an API, there are challenges, like some people want to care more about ease of use, but some people want to more access to hardware, and that's the plan for the future releases, like expand the API to cover both easier to use, so easier to code loop kernels, and closer to hardware, easier access to get to the individual instructions. So there will be a short talk tomorrow about code vectorization in the JVM tomorrow at 1 p.m. at the Groundbreaker Hub. So I invite all of you to go there and ask questions about the project, the API, and see you there. Thank you very much. So we ran out of time, so unfortunately there is no time for questions, but feel free to catch us right after the talk in the hallway, and we'll be happy to answer questions. And come join us tomorrow as well. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, all of you. Welcome to my session about 10 lessons that we learned from our Oracle Jet projects. It'll be a session that's a little bit technical, not too technical. It's also about common sense, things that you should do in your projects. Before I start, I'm curious how many people of you here are actually using Oracle Jet? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, interesting. 6, 7, but okay. So before I start, my name is Luc Bos. I'm a partner and technical director at eProceed. I'm an Oracle ACE director, Groundbreaker ambassador. In the past, I've authored a book on Oracle's mobile application framework, and currently I'm working on one for Oracle Digital Assistant. I hope that it will be in store before the end of the year, but it's not yet there. I work for eProceed. We have our headquarters in Luxembourg. We are an award-winning Oracle partner, and we have offices throughout the world in, I lost track of count, somewhere between 10 and 15 countries, around 250, 300 employees. And we provide services for both support, consulting, and we have products and solutions. All of that we provide with high-skilled technical employees. So I will show you some of our Oracle Jet applications, how we build them, what we found while building them, what we found while using them in production. So some of the things that we did, just looking at how they at their appearances. That left one was actually the very first one that we did. I think we released that one about 2 months after Oracle Jet was actually released as a product. So it was on version 1.0. And we're still using it currently. We're at version 7.1 and counting. So another one over there. Another one over there. Not so fancy look and feel, but that's not always necessary, right? It depends on your users, depends on your target audience. Do you make it fancy or not? We also do mobile apps with Jet, hybrid mobile apps for both iOS and Android. It works pretty much okay. I will tell you what doesn't work okay, but we learned from that. So 10 lessons learned, starting at lesson 1, look and feel. So as I mentioned before, look and feel, it depends. I mean, you can do a lot of fancy stuff with Oracle Jet, but you can also keep it simple. If you use no theme, then you have a very flat, simple application, simple UI. You can style it with CSS if you want to, but theming itself can add a lot to it. So if we serve that specific UI, that specific Oracle Jet app with a theme that was created for it, it doesn't look like this, but it looks like this. Source code is the same, just using another theme. And you can go crazy with CSS, with Sass, all the magic, but you can also use the Oracle Jet Theme Builder, which does a lot of the work for you, and it's visual. So you can access all the documentation around that. You can download it, run it locally, and it helps you with building a proper theme for your applications. It saves you a lot of time, and just it works flawless. Next one. A lot of people tend to forget that the world doesn't stop at the border of the United States of America. We don't speak English. I'm a native Dutch speaker. I'm from Europe. Europe has, I don't know how many languages, but it's definitely not all English. So we need multilingual applications. And that's something interesting because according to the documentation, language selection should work at runtime. It's in the doc. It does work at runtime. But in our situation, and we also posted that on the community. It did not work with web components. For some reason, a web components resource bundle is not refreshed when the language is set in the application. Its bundle is loaded only once at startup time. And it uses the HTML language attribute. Obviously, that's how we do that. That's good practice. But for our web components, it just didn't work. So there is an alternative. That's called a workaround. And that you provide all the translations to that component. But it's a lot of work. It's not the way it should be. We've been doing that for other translations too. But it's not my preferred way. So for web components, we just don't, in our multi-language applications, we just don't use web components. Next one. Protect your buttons from misuse or abuse. How many times have you had an application with a button that's being continuously clicked? The user clicks, doesn't see anything, clicks again and again and again and again and again, and all of a sudden you have 7 accounts or 5 invoices or I don't know what. It just happens. But you can prevent that. And it's not that difficult. I'm not sure if you can read it, but if you use the disabled property of a button, you can actually control that from an observable. So what we have here, we created a computed function that checks the value of an observable, and every time that we change that, that button is protected. So as soon as a user clicks the button, we will lock that button, so it will be disabled. And whenever we want the user to use that button again, we unlock it. It's a very simple mechanism. It works just like that. I think it could somehow be part of the toolkit itself, part of the JET component itself, a bit more sophisticated. But as far as I know, it's not there yet. And it can also be difficult to have it because it depends how this mechanism, how this button disablement should be implemented. For our projects, it works perfect. So you're in control when a user clicks a button. No longer 5 times submit of the same request, just once. You lock the button, and once you have control, you unlock it again. These are things you come up with yourself. Other things are in the cookbook. Everybody that uses JET knows the JET cookbook, right? It's always right, but sometimes it's almost right. Now, what if it's almost right? Because typically what you would do, if you want to have certain behavior in your application, you go to the cookbook, check the code samples, copy them, paste them in your application, and it works. Now, we have had several situations where that was almost working. So one of the things is if you use nested arrays. There is a very good example in the JET cookbook about how to use nested arrays. So the example here with the fruits and vegetables, where you can add a fruit or add a vegetable, it's very simple, it works. I mean, you click on it, it adds one, you can use the delete buttons, it will delete one. And the logic behind it isn't very difficult. It's very small, I know. But what it does, it simply either adds or removes an item from an array. We can do that. Nothing fancy there. But we had a almost similar but quite different requirement. And it was not a nested array, but an array of nested arrays with arrays inside it. So then things become more complicated, and not every developer was able to understand how to implement that. If you look at this nested array example, there's nothing like that in the cookbook. I don't think it should be in a cookbook because it's a specific situation, specific requirement. You cannot have everything in that cookbook. But in our situation, we had to implement it. So what actually happens, this application serves contracts for public transportation, and they are only valid in certain areas. And within those areas, you have certain bus lines and certain bus zones, and all of these have to be added in an array and in an array. Now, by clicking a button, it will create a new concession. That's what it's called. And in here, you can add lines or add zones. So this itself is an array, but in there, there's more arrays. Now, if you copy the code that is in a JET cookbook, and I will come to that in the next part of the presentation too, you will end up with a structure that is not what you want. So what we came up with is we actually define our empty objects, and put those in an array. And that makes it, in the end, very easy to add and remove objects instead of individual attributes. So in our situation, we created an empty concession that already contained empty lines and empty zones. So it's a brand new initiated object that we can add and remove from that array. So, and then inside it, we also need to add an array of objects. But because we have this empty one here, we can simply add stuff to that one. So these things are not in the cookbook, but you can derive them from what is in the cookbook. And that brings me actually to the point where I want to say, if you don't understand what happens in a cookbook and just simply copy and paste the code, you will end up with a lot of mistakes and a lot of hard to read code. Which brings me to this one. Don't bloat your code. It's common sense. It's not specific to JET. It's not specific to JavaScript. It's specific to coding. It's best practices. So what we found, let me explain how this happened. We have a couple of groups of developers. They develop applications with Oracle JET, and we do internal reviews. And then we found, for instance, view model and view code with over 100 lines of JavaScript or HTML, which is incredibly hard to debug. It's maybe even harder to maintain. We found a lot of code duplication, which is also hell in maintenance. So why did this happen? People go to the cookbook, look what's happening, copy the code, paste it in the view model. Oh, we need something more. Copy the code, paste it in the view model, and it grows and it grows and it grows and it grows. And then you end up with 100 lines of JavaScript, which is a very functional JavaScript, a very functional view model, but it's just not hard to maintain. So what we did, we went into that view model and we started to split up stuff. So instead of having one module, we created multiple modules. Instead of having one big JavaScript file, we extracted everything that was reusable, everything that was, let's say, plumbing, utility, everything out of the view models and into their own JavaScript files. So we had helpers, for instance, for user feedback. If you look what happens if you implement user feedback for messaging and stuff like that, typically people would copy and paste that in each and every view model. But if you take that out and make a utility class for that, you only call that function, reuse it all the time. The same for list providers. If you have a list of values that is being reused, well, that you need in multiple view models, developers just copy it, paste it. That's how it starts. And then they get lost, and they do it again, and they do it again. And then there's a code review, and say, hey, I see 15 implementations of the same list provider. Why did you do that? Why don't you create a simple utility function for that and reuse it? And then the other one that we created is a custom URL builder to enable REST calls, and actually to enable sophisticated REST calls. I will explain that further on in the presentation. So if you look at this user feedback, we removed about 40 code duplications, put it in one single place, and just call it. So we have this user feedback module now, and it has these functions: create message, close message handler, stuff like that. It's all reusable. And whenever we want to provide user feedback, we simply call it. We push a new message, which is based on whatever we do in a user feedback function. So as you can see here, it's an error. That's the type. It has a message, which should be translatable. It's not here. And it also contains the response text of a service call. Instead of having all of this repeated in each and every view model, we are now down to one single line of JavaScript calling out to our utility. And that's a major cleanup. Same for list providers. So all those list of values that you reuse throughout your application, if you put that in one single place, we have a list provider.js, contains all the list of values. So I collapsed all the logic in there, but you can see what happens. We have for every list of values, we have a list provider. And using it is now very simple. There we go. Just call it instead of repeating all those list of value code in each and every view model. Life cycle. Very important. It's very important that you know and understand the life cycle of your view models. So if you look at it, I mean, this is all in the documentation. Chat developers should know it, at least should know where to find it. And methods like handle activated, handle attached, they all have their own place in the life cycle. And you as a developer should benefit from this because it can help you building better applications. So on many slides, I have this, where is it? The short URLs to the documentation or to other parts of the documentation that can help you understand what's happening. So if you know the life cycle, you can do stuff like solving this common problem. If you have an application that contains reference tables like departments, locations, countries, I don't know what else, and you create, for instance, a new department, then you navigate back to your employee screens, and then you create a new employee and you want to add it to the newly created department. Many times you don't find the new department in your list of values. It's not only in chat, it's not only in whatever, ADF, whatever kind of UI technology. This is a common problem. And that's all to do with reloading your data at the right moment. So what we did, we used the life cycle for that. And we know at the handle activated, you can use that to load your data. So in the handle activated, we just reload all the list of values that we need for that page. So we are 100% sure that any data that was added either by the application or in the backend by whatever process that is available in the UI. Because I cannot explain to my users that they just created a department and they cannot see it. It should be there. So in AML activated, we just call the list providers that we need to fetch the data from the backend, so we are 100% sure that everything is available. Another thing, you can add some more control besides the life cycle. If you have a table that needs to be refreshed, so let's say you create a new employee in a detail screen, you navigate back from that detail screen to your list. You want to make sure that you see that newly created employee, right? Now, if you use the same collection and the same observables for the detail and for the list, then there's no problem. But we don't do that for multiple reasons that I will explain later. So what we need to do is whenever we navigate back to the table, we want to reset it, but we also want to stay on the same page if you use pagination. So what we do, we have a handle before page refresh, then we refresh the collection, and then we have a handle after page refresh. And the only thing it does is actually a utility. It keeps track of the current page and resets it after refreshing. This has been happening in many other frameworks that I've been working with. If you navigate back from a detail to a list, that you would just lose track of your current record or your current row. This helps. So we keep. So before we refresh the collection, we just make sure that we know where we are. Then we refresh it, and then after that, we reset it to where we were, and that works. Circular dependencies. That's a tricky one. So whenever you have function A calling function B, which is calling function A again, you have an issue. It's a circular dependency, something like this. If you have a b.js that uses A, and if A also uses B, that's what happens. So in general, that means that you did something wrong, that you need to rethink what you're doing. And actually, we encountered this during the refactoring, and I started to a code review doing refactoring, and we were like, really, we might want to rethink this. And sometimes you still need those dependencies. You still need that function A is available in B and all the way around. So what you can do then is make use of exports. So exports enable you to define a function in, let's say, b.js, use it in a.js and vice versa. So where we use that is for our search bar. So we have a separate module for search bars that we use for our tables and list views. But we not only use it in a search bar itself, but also in the REST API, in the REST provider, REST call provider. So we had to create and use these exports so that we can call this filter anywhere that we need it, not only in this one, but also in other ones. So as you can see, from this, oops, where are we? Here. From the search bar, we just call the filter, and then we know everything that was entered in that filter. We can also use it the other way around. So this is how we build our complex REST calls, and that brings me to point A. REST at ease. In general, a REST service actually defines what you can do in your UI. Typically, what happens, you build an application, you need an API. An API developer says, I already have one, you can use it. Please do it the other way around. Go to the API developer, tell them you need an API for a specific screen. Because then you have a win-win situation. For instance, with large data sets, with pagination, do you want to do it server-side, client-side search? As I said, your UI is only as smart as your REST service. And what we did, we have separate REST services for our list views and our single record views. Why? Because of the amount of data that is in a result set. If you look at a simple list view for, let's say, employee, what do you want in a list view? First name, last name, email, date of birth. 4 attributes, 10 records. That works. Now, if you wanted detail for that employee, you want to have first name, last name, date of birth, address, salary, whatever you can think of, which is more. And if you want to do that on one single resource, then you would have a much heavier list screen. So we say always use separate REST services for that, and have the UI be in charge of your REST APIs and not the other way around. Because if you have to work with what they offer you, it's going to be difficult. So we want control over our REST calls in the JET application. And the maximum amount of control is when you use your custom URL callback. If you use that on your OJ collection or OJ model, then you can do virtually anything that you want on pretty much any kind of resource. Now, how does it work? This is how you usually define your collections. You do an OJ collection.extend. This is your model, this is your comparator, this is your fetch size, and you don't use custom URL. But we do. You can. I mean, it's available. Everybody can do it. But if you use your custom URL, then you can build that URL from scratch exactly the way you want. So obviously we have our resource, but on top of that, we want to add stuff like what's in the filter. Can we add it to the filter? Can we add it to the URL? Other things. What's the operation? Is it a delete? Is it an update? Is it a create? Can be different REST call, right? So what you can see here, we do custom URL builder dot custom URL and headers. And that's a separate one. And in there, this is what happens. If it's a create, we just use the service URL. If it's a delete, we add the ID of the record that we want to delete. And if it's a read, we add all the parameters that we want. How many rows do we want to receive? Where were we? And do we want to have all the results? Sorry. And this is in one single function that we can call anywhere that we want it. So going back to this one, after calling, we look if our search bar had a value. And then we add that to the URL. Now this is a specific way of invoking this REST service, because this is built with backend technology that supports this kind of calls. But you're actually constructing your REST call here, so it doesn't matter what kind of REST calls that you do. Here you are constructing your call. So if your service doesn't support the Q equals for filter, but supports something else, this is where you do it. Just create one simple, single JavaScript method that helps you build proper REST calls. And also in one place and not everywhere throughout your view models or controllers for that matter. So, lesson 9, upgrading. Upgrading, upgrading, upgrading. Whenever possible. So we went from version 5.x to 7.x in 10 months, I think. We waited way too long to go to version 6. So we were developing this in version 5. I think 2. That's where we started. Developing, not going to production, testing, going back, developing version 5.x. And then all of a sudden we realized that version 6.2 was already available for like a couple of months, which had a lot of functionality, a lot of fixes that we could have used. Always try to upgrade as soon as possible. Because if you wait, you will be, well, actually fighting the toolkit, because in the newer versions, I mean, product management is really keen on adding new functionality, bug fixes, whatever. So don't be stubborn and say, we just finished the project first and then we upgrade. No, even before, even better, before you go live, stay on track with the latest version. Especially in 7.0.1, Jet added a new scroll policy that would have been very helpful if we had it earlier, but we upgraded and there it was. So it's something really good. Upgrading, downgrading, upgrading. So if you have multiple teams, multiple projects, multiple versions, teams that are stubborn and don't upgrade to the latest version all the time, then you can have issues with your version of Jet, that you need to go back to an earlier version. It does work, but it's something that's, it's not something that I would advise. You can do it, but it's best to stay on track with what Oracle offers on their release path. Okay, mobile apps. Do we do mobile apps? Absolutely. Hybrid mobile apps with Oracle Jet? Absolutely. Does it work? Works perfect. It's as easy as 1, 2, 3. I mean, really, it's you add the platform you build for Android and you serve it in the browser or on a device or on an emulator. It's just simple. That simple. You can remove platforms. You can re-add platforms. However, it's not just Jet that you're looking at. You're looking at a lot of other stuff when you do hybrid mobile development. Stuff like there has been an issue which is now solved with Cordova and Xcode 10. Just didn't work, wasn't compatible. But that caused a lot of headaches because we had to go into Xcode, edit whatever was generated by Oracle Jet, change it, and then in the end it did work. It was like an internal downgrade of Cordova. I don't know how we fixed it, but eventually it worked. And then there's another thing, adding plugins. So what we do for our app distribution, we don't use the App Store, we don't use Google Play, we don't have our own internal App Store, but we use Fabric. And that's a plugin that enables you to do app distribution. It took me 2 days to figure out how to add that plugin to Oracle Jet. Because if you do OJet add plugin, and you want to add variables like this, it doesn't work. Because the OJet plugin OJet app plugin only takes one variable, and I need two. So in the end, it wasn't too difficult. Just add double quotes and then trick Oracle Jet into doing it like this, and it worked. But these things, they can take a while to figure out. And adding those questions to the Oracle Jet community, to the forum, there's usually someone else that ran into it, and if not, you answer your own question and you help other people with it. So this worked. Something else. I had that one, yeah. So to use Fabric in iOS, I had to manually go into the iOS project in Xcode and edit the project that was generated by Oracle Jet. And that is something that I cannot, I didn't find a solution for that. And it happens all the time that I have to use Xcode to do some tweaking of the generated artifacts before it actually works on iOS. And that is with specific stuff. If you just do the usual stuff, that's just fine, it works. But if you start using plugins that require something that has to be done in your iOS app, in your code, there's no way that Jet can do that yet. Another specific challenge that we had with iOS. So if you want to call another application from within your iOS app, hybrid app, you can use universal links. That's something that's very common. Just one app calling another app and communicating the result back to the caller. Now, for that, you have to have an Apple App Site Association file. It's nothing fancy, but then again, you have to configure your Xcode project to understand that that's what you're doing. And again, that's something that you cannot do in, with Oracle Jet, with OJet command line tooling. So what happens here, I can show you a movie of it, because I think it's better if I explain it. So this is an app that we built where you can log in with, it's a new identity provider. Maybe Geert-Jan knows it, it's called It's Me. It's from a Belgium company, but it contains your identity. And it's you, everywhere, anywhere, because it's on your device. And you can use that as a login. So we created our, in this app, we use that It's Me authentication to authenticate the user. But for that, we needed these universal links. So actually, you call a different app from within your Jet hybrid application. It will authenticate you based on fingerprinting or whatever. And if you're authenticated, it will return your identity back to the app, and the app will start. So that's nothing really fancy, other than that it uses universal links. Because in Android, it just works. There's nothing special that you need to do. This is, again, typical iOS issue, which cannot be solved in Jet. It's not to blame on Jet, but it's something that you will encounter if you're building hybrid mobile apps with Jet. So those were more than 10 lessons, I think. But in general, it's everywhere, right? It's on the UI implementation. It's on service calls. It's on software development. There's a lot of stuff available in the Jet cookbook. I urge you to use that. But while doing that, also try to understand what you are doing, because that is helpful when your application grows. Then you start to see, okay, I'm not only copying code, I'm also duplicating code. And that's when you have to think, okay, take it out, make a utility of it, make things simple, because we went from, well, I said, few models with 1,000 lines of code to few models which had like maybe 300, which is also a lot, but it really helps you in its code quality. It's not related to Jet in any way itself. It's just common sense. So again, the service calls, as I mentioned, try to be in charge of that REST API that you need, because you are a consumer. I think you should be able to get what you need instead of take what they offer you. Server-side logic, I didn't really touch on that, but things like filtering, client-side or server-side, it really depends. You can do client-side filtering, but you have to be aware that it will never be on the full data set. So it depends on the functionality that you need. Do you want to filter on what you see, or do you want to filter on what you have in your backend? All these kinds of things you need to consider. So the most important thing is, I think, is to use your common sense. I mean, we are all developers. It's probably not the first toolkit or language that you are using. And there's a lot of things in common between developing Java, developing JavaScript, developing C, developing whatever, Python, SQL. You have to think about what you're doing. And if you do that, I think you're halfway. Another thing, use the community, community.oracle.com, and then at development tools/Oracle Jet. I mean, those guys are always online, I think, because they will answer questions within, longest that I had to wait, I think it wasn't a half a day. It's really fast, so really helpful. So with that, I'm at the end. I'm happy to take your questions for the next couple of minutes. But I have to really time box it because I have a session after this in the room next door, so I have to run. Questions? Sure. Can you use the mic because they're recording? It's behind you.
Did you have to address any sort of client-side caching, or did you do any optimization from a caching perspective? Disconnected caching, I mean.
For disconnected caching?
Yeah.
We didn't do that, no. There was no need for it, but if you have need for that's all part of the Chat toolkit. Using offline storage, offline functionality, it's all there. So.
Did you use any other UI technologies along with it, or it was just Oracle Jet?
If we used any other UI technology or just Oracle Jet, for these projects we just use Oracle Jet. Yes. Yeah. No more questions?
When you did the upgrades, what were some of was it pretty smooth on as far as backward compatibility, or were there issues as far as that you had to upgrade code and stuff?
Okay, if there were any issues upgrading the code to latest Jet versions, no real issues. However, if you wait too long, the issues will be bigger, obviously, because if you stay on track with what Oracle is releasing, then there will be not that many issues. So. No more questions? Thank you. Okay.
So, hi everyone. Thanks for making it. I know it's later in the day. Appreciate the opportunity to sort of talk you through some of these architecture patterns and design best practices that our team has accumulated over the past few years. And we'll also be joined, with Joao, and Paula will be helping us with the Portuguese to English translation as part of the process. But before we get into the actual customer use case, I just want to spend a few minutes talking about, what we mean by architecture best practices and some of the design best practices. So to start off, again, standard safe harbor. When we talk about bots, and again, a quick shout out to my colleague, Grant Ronald. Most of this material is actually through the work that he and his team has done with customers in the field. So when we talk about conversational interfaces, what we really mean is, we are trying to leverage a lot of inbuilt knowledge, inbuilt ambiguity, metaphors, etc., within conversation, and that's how we are able to essentially get to the, get to the point where the customer wants to go. And to really do this well, I mean, you can clearly build a bot in 5 minutes, right? There are lots of platforms which claim that, you can create a bot in 5 minutes and deploy it. But to really build a great bot that's actually getting the customer to where they need to go and, being able to address their, their needs in a very conversational manner, that requires a lot of attention. So today, in terms of best practices, we'll look at 4 different categories. One is in terms of the project, what's needed. Second, in terms of the conversational design, what's needed. What's needed in terms of the bot personality. And lastly, how does this all fit into the customer's journey itself? Right? Yeah. So when we talk about planning a conversational project, I know some of us, when we first started our conversational AI projects, the first thing is, okay, I'm going to automate the system. Wait, does it have the APIs? Okay, it has, so let's get started. But that's like a swan dive into details, right? Like you're really getting into the nitty-gritties without really budgeting enough time to actually think about the design of the project itself. So the first thing is, have you actually budgeted enough time for the different phases of the project? And the second thing is, have you gotten the full buy-in from the business? And some of you who are our partners, you've seen this before. It's not just enough to get the buy-in from the immediate business stakeholder, but the one who is actually impacted by the bot as well, right? So if, for an example, let's say you're dealing with the customer support team and you're deploying a bot. So it's not enough to actually get the buy-in from, say, the first line manager or the director of support, but also from the CIO who is actually measured on some of these metrics, right? So what does success look like? Are you targeting the right use case? As well as, some of the basic premises of bot deployment, right? The first day is always the worst day. You don't expect the bot to perform at 99% accuracy on the first day. Are you planning to iteratively test, train, and release this through multiple versions? And how are you planning to deal with failure? And how much are you willing to fail in this process, right? So all these are conversations that you should have with your business team. And when you get started, you should also ensure that you have the right skills on your project, right? So it's not just about having the integration specialists, but also, as Joao will later talk about, the role of business analysts, the role of designers, and so on. Now, 4 questions to consider before you start, right? where will the users actually interact with the digital assistant? And trust me, this is the simplest, most innocuous question. Everyone thinks, oh yeah, they can answer in 2 minutes. Yeah, it will be deployed on the website, on the mobile app, and on Facebook. Done, right? But the real question is, are the users already there on that channel, right? How are they interacting with you on that channel? If it's the website, is it a live chat? Has it already been deployed? How many of your website users are using the live chat? When you say you're going to deploy a bot, are you going to deploy a new channel on your website, or are you going to integrate into the live chat? Same thing with Facebook, right? Are the users already familiar with interacting with your page through the messaging app, like through Facebook messaging, right? If not, how are you going to ensure that they actually understand that they can message with this particular page, right? And so on. So there's a lot of nuances as to, if it's an existing channel, how do you get the users into the digital assistant, into interacting with your digital assistant, and how do you do it gradually, right? Can you essentially divert, say, 10% of the existing users coming into that existing channel into your digital assistant? Can you then go on to 50%? Can you then go on to 100%? Some of these nuances are initially lost when you just sort of put a blanket, I'll put it on website, right? So these are some of the things that you need to consider. Similarly, what capabilities and knowledge should the digital assistant have? Right? When you think of a digital assistant, there are transactional capabilities that you typically expect. It's automating at the end of the day, not just providing an answer, but automating some sort of an action for the user. So if it is actually doing that, are your APIs actually ready for that conversation, right? So in a best case scenario, somebody says, I want to request an approval, and fine, you tell your team, your integration team, they create the API, and you're good to go. But turns out users start asking 3 or 4 follow-on questions. Are your APIs built for that? So are your integration capabilities truly conversation ready? Right? Similarly, when you think of knowledge, is the knowledge complementary to those capabilities? Is that able to handle all the follow-ons that come from those transactions? Right? And then what if the digital assistant is not able to help? Right? A simple way is, yeah, it can escalate to a human agent, but sure, what if the agent is not available? Will you give a phone number? What if you give a phone number, then will the entire context be lost? Or are you going to log an incident? So there are a lot of these pieces that you need to consider when you're thinking of, how do you sort of escalate to a human? And the fourth thing, which we touched upon before, is how will you ensure that the bot is evolving? How will you ensure that the digital assistant is evolving, right? So in the last 4 years, what I have seen is the best use cases that you can do in phase 2 are essentially the ones that are revealed by users themselves in phase 1, right? So you deploy a V1. All the adjacent questions that are coming from that deployment are what you should tackle in phase 2, right? So, again, these are fairly simple questions, but getting these answers up front will really, really help in creating a successful digital assistant. And, as I said before, don't be limited by the existing app design, right? It's not a form. So you are not necessarily just trying to replicate an existing IVR or a 30-field form through a conversation, because then it would lead to a very difficult experience for the user. So the key is, can you simplify this drastically? Tomorrow you will actually hear this in the ODA at Oracle session as well. When we launched our expenses app, our internal expenses bot, the experience is very different compared to what we do when we go through the web-based expense form. Right? And then you have to take the context into account at every point of time where you are sort of creating these conversational experiences. Right? So things like, you know, when somebody asks, okay, who is this person? Be ready for that question, like who is his manager, or be ready for a follow-on. Like if you ask a complex query about 2018, be ready for the user to say, and what about 2019, right? So the context is king, and you have to make sure that you're tracking the right context, if you will. And especially for first-time users where the context is not very clear, it's good to give a more verbose output so that they can understand where you're coming from as a digital assistant. And ultimately, your voice is very important, the way you phrase these statements when you are dealing with the users, right? So you can say you neglected to supply, or if you could tell us what is missing, right? Just the way you phrase these can trigger some sort of confusion or some defensiveness from the user. So be very careful on how you set up the entire persona for the bot itself. We have some customers who create a full-blown persona and try to give it human-like qualities, like this bot is essentially 35-year-old single mom who is interested in these things, and that's the tone that we want to use, right? It's okay. You're not saying that the bot is human. What you're trying to imbue is use the right kind of voice for that particular bot. And a large part of that is how do you handle the small talk as well, right? Being able to deal with questions like, are you a bot? And being able to ensure that you guide the customers or the users back on track. So for example, if bot asks for a joke, yeah, sure, you anticipated that, you gave a joke. Bot asks for a second joke. You don't want to create a dictionary of jokes. You just say, okay, that was the best one I have. Can we now, what else can I help you with? Right? So there are ways that you can gradually lead the user back into the conversation that you want them to have. And then ultimately, when you're not able to help, make sure it's okay how you get to the human agent, right? So hint what is expected next, offer the relevant actions, and it's okay to say, hey, if you're not sure, you can type help, right? If there is a pause, if the user has essentially, if you think the user is abandoning a conversation, you can be proactive about that and say, is there something I can help? Do you need help finding that order ID that I asked you for? Right? And that also means that the way you create your conversation paths has to be, has to take these things into account. So instead of asking open-ended questions, you ask for very specific things like, okay, instead of do you want anything else, you say, do you want to order drinks, dips, or cookies, right? And before you say create a service ticket, or before you create a requisition, do a quick confirmation. These are all the things that this is all the information that you gave me. Is this right? This is all the information for the order. Is this right? That saves a lot of confusion for the users as well. Right? And if you have to fail, then try to fail gracefully, right? Like that, then just say, okay, incorrect order number. Instead of that, just say, I can't seem to find that order. Let's try again. The order number starts with 3 digits. It looks like this. Right? And lastly, in terms of the performance of the bot, ultimately, it all comes down to the data that you're gathering. It all comes down to the conversations that you are able to get, the live conversations that you're able to get from the users and how you're able to analyze it, right? So make sure that you are able to plan for that. Make sure you're able to test, fix, and repeat as often as possible, right? So, and we have, within ODA, we have a lot of batch testing capabilities as well, and we are going to enhance that as well. So that's at a high level some of the best practices in terms of the ODA architecture and design. Now I want to introduce Joao Paulo. He's from Banco de Coval, and he will walk us through the journey that they went through in terms of creating their first digital assistant.
Primeiramente, quero agradecer a todos da Oracle, né? O Zrini, que está aqui, o Joe, que está aqui embaixo. Muito obrigado pela confiança. Eu vou ter a ajuda do pessoal para fazer a tradução. Espero que numa próxima eu já venha falando inglês para poder ajudar a todos. Eu sou do Brasil, eu trabalho no banco Daicoval. Daicoval é um banco judeu. Eu vou passar o próximo slide, onde nós vamos poder ver mais detalhes da nossa história.
Yeah, João Paulo is really pleased to present, and I'd like to thank Srini, Leo, that's here, and Joe. And he's presented the case for Daicoval Bank, and it's a very good one. And I've been heard about this since we got the first prototype with Leo on this. And they said Daicoval is a bank in Brazil, it's a Hebrew bank, and they'll talk about the story of the bank.
O Banco Daicoval é um banco que possui 50 anos de história, ele já está há 50 anos no mercado financeiro. O banco ele é especializado em crédito para empresas, financiamento de veículos, venda de moeda estrangeira, empréstimos pessoais, que no Brasil nós chamamos de empréstimo de crédito consignado. E nós ficamos localizados na avenida, acho que a avenida mais famosa, né, que nós temos em São Paulo, que é a Avenida Paulista, número 1793, próximo ao Museu do MASP, Museu de Arte de São Paulo.
Yeah, João Paulo is inviting even to know the bank. You got the address. It's based in São Paulo and offers, especially from credit for companies or personal credits, and for capital goods, mainly, so finance, even equipment, software, so you have all the types of financing options, and also import-export.
Yes. Eu vou falar um pouco sobre por que nós escolhemos utilizar o Digital Assistant, dentre tantas outras opções que nós tínhamos no momento, muitos concorrentes, e por que nós escolhemos usar o Digital Assistant da Oracle.
Yeah, now we understand from João Paulo's side why we're following the process and why they decided to use the digital assistant and why they choose to run the project with ODA.
O banco, nos últimos anos, ele cresceu de uma forma exponencial. O crescimento ele foi muito gratificante, acima do esperado. E com um crescimento que vem pelos próximos anos, nós prevemos que a demanda de atendimento para os clientes ela aumenta consequentemente. E com isso nós decidimos nos preparar para não ser necessário contratar mais funcionários para suprir essa demanda que ela vai ser crescente nos outros anos. Então eu teria que contratar sempre mais funcionários para mais demanda. Então o Digital Assistant foi uma ferramenta que chegou para nós como uma forma de controlar essa demanda de atendimento de uma forma inteligente e econômica.
Yeah, so since the bank growth was really beyond what was expected, you see that in order to sustain this growth, they need to hire much more employees and service staff, and in order to avoid to being growth in the same way as the operations, they were looking for more innovative solutions that will help to service their customers.
E ainda seguindo na ideia de crescimento que o banco vem tendo nos últimos anos, o processo de automatização ele não vem só para os clientes. Nós levamos o processo de automatização com o Oracle Digital Assistant para dentro da nossa empresa. Então, hoje, funcionários eles podem usar o Oracle Digital Assistant para pedir um documento que eles não conseguem achar na nossa intranet, eles podem pedir uma lista de ramal, eles podem pedir qualquer tipo de informações que nós treinarmos o produto do Digital Assistant para oferecer a eles. Além de fornecer aos clientes atendimento 24/7, 7 dias por semana, 24 horas, E como eu falei anteriormente, dentre outros competidores, dentre outras opções que nós tínhamos de produto, a Oracle se encaixou muito bem em nosso orçamento.
Yeah, one thing they found out, and they were able to use the digital assistant, not just for service to the customers, but also for the internal process. So even for instance, you want to look for employee extension, and you could do that from the digital assistant. So some tool to increase the productivity.
Aqui eu vou falar um pouco sobre o time que cuida do projeto, desde o gerente até os analistas e desenvolvedores.
Okay.
Bom, o time ele é composto por um gerente de produto, que é a Simone. Logo em seguida, vem os analistas de negócios, que no caso sou eu e a Tamires, que me ajuda no projeto. E logo após nós temos 2 desenvolvedores, que é o Vinícius, que está à esquerda, e o Wellington, que está à direita.
No, actually, yeah, Paulo, John Paulo, you were talking about the project team that you had 5 people since we needed one project manager for this, and he was one of the analysts that was participating from the part. It's the same, similar as we got Srini explaining on how to develop the bot, so it's this part of the process, and 2 developers for the technical work.
Ok. Em nosso caso, é interessante que a equipe ela é bem pequena e o projeto está com cerca de 1 ano. E isso é tudo graças também à plataforma. A plataforma ela permitiu que uma equipe enxuta conseguisse implementar muitas coisas hoje, dentro desse 1 ano e obter grandes resultados que eu vou mostrar um pouco mais à frente.
Yeah, note that it's a really small team and they'll be working for 1 year. And with this very small and agile team, they were able to create a lot of things and have the project running.
Okay, thank you. Bom, como nós construímos os bots? Toda a construção de um bot dentro do banco, ela passa por essas etapas. São 5 etapas. São etapas primordiais para nós termos o sucesso na construção do chatbot. Primeiramente, eu me reúno com todas as áreas de produto do banco que desejam ter o atendimento automatizado para levantar, através de relatórios, através de pesquisas, quais são as principais demandas desses clientes e colocar isso no papel e entender como eu posso melhorar o processo para eles. Em seguida, eu faço uma segunda reunião com essa mesma área de produto e nós definimos como o processo será automatizado. Quais serão as perguntas de segurança, se eu vou fazer uma autenticação determinada, se eu não vou pedir autenticação. Após fechar esse alinhamento com a área de produto, eu vou para a área de desenvolvimento. Então, eu chamo os meus desenvolvedores, faço um alinhamento de tudo que eu conversei com a área de produto e vejo se isso é viável de ser implementado. Sendo viável de ser implementado, nós vemos se é necessário construir novas APIs, se o fluxo do bot ele vai atender, ou se eu vou precisar colocar algum script adicional como componente dentro do Digital Assistant. Avaliado tudo isso, eu vou para a parte de desenvolvimento do projeto, que é onde eu realmente começo a construir o meu código do bot e os meus desenvolvedores começam a construir as APIs de integração, se for necessário. Após todo o desenvolvimento, eu faço a validação com a área de produto e aí sim está pronto para o Go Live.
Okay, yeah, John Paulo is giving the recipe for building the bots in 5 steps. So it starts when you go to the analysis phase, get all the reports and requirements from the customers. And then the second part, they'll define exactly how they will go into develop the bot, so which things they will need to do.
Yes.
Second, the third step is that when they go to development with the alignment with the developing team, meaning what type of resources they need to do that. So how much of customization with systems they will integrate with this. They have to put extra code.
Yes.
And then they go to the development itself, and they're really separated in 2 parts. So you have one for the flow of the bot, The other one develop the APIs and get to the integration with their own systems. And then after the setup, they can test that, QA, and go live.
Yes. É pouco de boas práticas que nós adquirimos com o tempo. Dado o tempo do projeto, cerca de 1 ano que nós estamos trabalhando com o produto, nós vimos que quanto menor o robô, se possível, melhor para você dar manutenção, melhor para o cliente interagir, porque, como o Zini falou, um bot muito grande, ele cansa o cliente. Então, manter um fluxo pequeno, como à esquerda, é uma das melhores práticas hoje que nós podemos ter dentro da plataforma. Eu tenho à direita um exemplo de um bot que foi construído por um trainee da área. E aí é exatamente um problema. Ele tem 12.000 linhas, isso torna o bot muito extenso, ruim de dar manutenção e é muito perigoso, porque se ocorrer um erro no meio do código, para você poder corrigir fica mais difícil.
Yeah, one thing that they learned about this 1 year that they've been working with the bot is that the smallest, the better, as Srini, because anything that's a long dialogue is really tiring for the end user. So he's comparing here two examples. So there's one on the left, the ideal form that they have the code. On the right, they got one of the less experienced developers. They were trying to build a bot and really end up with a very long dialogue for the bot. So it's for troubleshoot, it's much harder. It's here on the ML flow language.
Yes. Uma outra prática que eu adquiri com o tempo também, considero que seja essencial, tanto quanto ter um código pequeno, é utilizar o Digital Assistant Manager. Ele permite que você acesse outras skills do teu portfólio de bots e, com isso, você consegue otimizar o uso dos robôs dentro do teu portal. Além de você conseguir acessar vários robôs, é uma grande ferramenta, uma grande ajuda para você manter o seu fluxo pequeno, porque você não precisa mais colocar todo o assunto de um produto determinado dentro de uma única skill, ou todo o assunto da tua empresa dentro de uma única skill. Com o Digital Assistant Manager, você consegue separar por assunto e colocar um bot para falar sobre pagamentos, outro bot para falar sobre cartões de crédito e unificá-los junto com o Digital Assistant Manager.
Yeah, what he's showing here is they use the Digital Assistant Management in order to organize the skills. So instead of building a big bot, they have skills with specific topics for doing so. One for payments, one for queries, and credit card, and that helps in order to keep them organized. The bots are small, and you have some level of specialization on the activity. So it's much better to keep that instead of building just a big bot with all the interactions.
Okay. Bom, uma outra boa prática que nós adquirimos com o uso e acompanhamento do projeto é sempre que for possível, guie a conversa com o seu cliente, com o seu usuário. Por experiência própria e acompanhamento, eu sei que os usuários eles não vão saber utilizar o robô que você criou. Por mais intuitivo que ele seja, os usuários eles não vão saber utilizar o produto. Então, sempre que possível, dê dicas para o usuário de como ele pode seguir para o próximo passo. Nós falamos entre a equipe que o usuário ele sempre precisa ter uma porta de saída. Caso ele acesse um menu incorreto, caso ele faça uma pergunta que não é a resposta que o bot deveria entregar a ele. E conforme temos os exemplos, o uso de lista, botões, ou o exemplo na própria conversa, uma regex, é um modelo muito bom. Ele tem se provado para os nossos clientes uma forma eficaz de entender o que o cliente quer, mas não deixar ele guiar a conversa da forma que ele acha melhor.
Yeah, in order to have efficient dialogue, it's important to guide the end user as much as possible and giving that either hints or options, anything that will help then decide and move forward to the conversation. So that will keep something much more efficient. See a list of buttons or putting some example, and also leave some option for the customer to exit or doing something else, so it doesn't get stuck in the conversation.
Yes. Acredite, se o usuário ele não consegue sair da sua conversa, ele fica muito irritado e ele não retorna a utilizar o serviço. Ele abandona o serviço que você colocou para ajudá-lo de forma automática e facilitar a vida dele. E, por consequência, os demais clientes terão a mesma atitude de acessar, não gostar e não voltar mais para utilizar o serviço implementado.
Yeah, when the customer sees or end user doesn't have any option to exit the conversation, he got really annoyed.
Yes.
And for them, just stop doing the interaction and don't know how to follow.
Vou falar um pouco sobre nossas integrações, com que o Oda faz integrações hoje. Hoje, nosso projeto ele tem basicamente 4 pontas. Uma ponta dele é a integração com o WhatsApp, que é um dos nossos principais canais. A segunda ponta, que é também muito importante, a integração do produto do Oracle Digital Assistant com o Service Cloud da Oracle também, que é o Right Now. A nossa terceira ponta são as integrações com as nossas APIs internas. E a quarta ponta são as nossas integrações com nossos websites.
Okay, yeah, simply showing what are the integration points and notice the integration with the CX platform with the Right Now.
Yes.
That provides a great deal of the functionality they are accessing.
Yes. Aqui tem um fluxograma, um exemplo do nosso fluxo de integração para o WhatsApp. É bem claro aí que os clientes eles chegam até o WhatsApp e o WhatsApp ele tem uma API que hoje é comercializada para empresas, mas para isso é necessário você ter um parceiro oficial que faça essa comunicação entre a companhia e o WhatsApp. Então, nós temos um parceiro que faz esse recebimento e envio de mensagens para a API do WhatsApp. Logo em seguida, nós colocamos também uma API do banco da Ecoval para nós controlarmos o fluxo de mensagens que entram e que saem para o Digital Assistant. Essa API que fica entre o Digital Assistant e o parceiro que se comunica com o WhatsApp, ela é muito importante porque com essa API eu consigo gerenciar todo o tráfego de mensagens que passam do WhatsApp para o Digital Assistant. Eu consigo criar logs, eu consigo criar filas de mensagens. Então, qualquer problema que eu venha ter entre trocas de conversas, a minha API ela consegue gerenciar isso de forma muito eficaz. Passando para a parte do Oracle, nós usamos um canal nativo, um canal webhook. A configuração ela é muito prática, a ferramenta ajuda muito nesse quesito. Então, todas as integrações que nós precisamos fazer ultimamente têm sido extremamente simples graças à ferramenta, ela possibilita isso. Caso seja necessário, o Digital Assistant, através de um canal webhook, ele consegue acessar nossas APIs internas, onde essas APIs têm acesso às nossas bases de dados. Então, caso um cliente precise validar alguma informação que esteja dentro da nossa infraestrutura, seguindo esse mapa de integrações, isso se torna possível, de forma muito simples e de forma muito prática.
Yeah, you see here that partner is being used in order to communicate with WhatsApp. So this is a requirement for WhatsApp. Yes. They have some registered authorized partners that can do the integration with them. So Ecoval choose one partner for doing this integration, and also for keeping in control what's communicating between the ODA and the partner. They put an API so they know the flow and the information that's going through. And also they build another API for allowing access to their internal databases that go to the same interface of webhook, so it's very
Yes,
simple,
very simple.
to use. And anytime the OGA needs an information from database, go through these APIs, they'll do the query, so it doesn't go directly to their data.
Ok. Aqui temos a integração para websites. Ela é ainda mais simples. É basicamente um script que nós colocamos em nossa web page. E com esse script, nós conseguimos fazer o direcionamento do cliente para o robô que nós acabamos de criar. Então, a partir de um App ID, eu consigo apontar para qual skill que o meu cliente vai ser guiado. Seguindo o fluxo, é possível ver que é bem básico. O cliente ele acessa o nosso website, através do script, ele faz o contato com o nosso bot dentro da Oracle, através de um canal web. É muito simples, muito fácil de ser criado. A ferramenta também possibilita isso. No nosso caso, não foi necessário ter experiência com a plataforma, foi muito prático. E caso seja necessário também para o site, é possível que o Oracle Digital Assistant acesse uma API interna nossa, que consulta uma base de dados para retornar os dados ao cliente.
Yeah, this integration with the website is really simple. It just requires a script to be put on the page, connects directly with the Oracle web channel from the Digital Assistant, and it was very simple. They do not have to have much knowledge in order to do this integration. And in the same way, the OGA connects to an API in order to get any internal data or system from the Ecoval.
Yes. Um pouco sobre quais canais que o bot está operando na nossa empresa. Hoje nós colocamos o Digital Assistant em todos os nossos sites institucionais, dentro do nosso Internet Banking e em todas as nossas páginas de campanha. Colocamos no WhatsApp e estamos em andamento com o Apple Business Chat e com o RCS também, que é uma tecnologia que está vindo, e no Brasil nós já estamos encaminhados para colocar o Digital Assistant para funcionar junto com o Apple Business Chat e RCS.
Yeah, so the channels currently used, they have for the websites practically all the services that are available externally are there. So the institutional page or internet banking, plus WhatsApp. So they are working in order to have also enabled for Apple Business Chat, and RCS is another standard that's coming.
Yes.
And they want to support this.
A imagem à direita. Sorry.
É o mesmo bot ou diferente?
É o mesmo bot.
It's the same bot.
It's the same bot.
The same.
É possível.
Como é que gerencia o que é clicável, as opções? Porque depende do canal, não é possível fazer isso.
Quando o cliente ele interage a primeira vez com o bot, eu consigo saber se ele está vindo de uma página web, e graças àquela minha API que fica entre a Oracle e o meu parceiro, eu consigo saber se ele vem de um número de celular e se ele está vindo do WhatsApp especificamente, porque eu tenho no cabeçalho a informação. Se ele vir da web, dentro do meu fluxo, eu consigo fazer um balance para qual parte do código que ele vai cair. É por isso que é importante construir o código de forma pequena, para que você possa ter em um bot só, tanto o WhatsApp quanto a opção web, porque o WhatsApp ele só aceita texto. O bot da web ele aceita carrossel, botões, enfim, outras formas gráficas. Então, graças às nossas APIs, eu consigo saber se ele está vindo do WhatsApp ou se ele vem da web, e dentro do meu código eu consigo enviar ele para o fluxo correto.
Yeah, when they develop the bot, they develop a single bot or a single skill.
Yes.
For that, but they have different code paths internally depending on how the connection is coming. For instance, you have the API that's between WhatsApp and the bot, and this can detect, for instance, if the connection comes from a phone number. So for phone number, you have different capabilities than having for the web page. And in this case, you go to the bottom and you have selection in order to define what would be the ideal response. If it needs to be a list or the values will come depending on the connection. So either the API may provide the information and have this differentiation inside the bot. And this is why it's really important to have the bot as small as possible. So to allow you to put the interactions that will differ between where comes the input.
Okay. É uma coisa importante. Eu sei que o usuário vem do WhatsApp porque essa API que me informa se ele é do WhatsApp ou não, ela é específica para isso também. Além de ter informação no cabeçalho da mensagem, eu sei que ele veio do WhatsApp porque na minha estrutura o cliente ele é obrigado a passar por ela. Esse é um dos motivos que eu também sei porque ele está usando o WhatsApp.
Yeah, when user came from WhatsApp, they really have to pass the API through the API. The API will set the header that we have the information where the user is coming from.
Okay. Yes. Okay. É um pouco dos nossos resultados. Com um ano de projeto, nós obtivemos alguns resultados significativos para o banco na questão de atendimento ao cliente. Hoje são cerca de 800 clientes atendidos automaticamente pelo nosso chatbot. Aqui eu estou somando todos os canais institucionais, não estou contando a página de campanha, que é onde nós fazemos promoções e ofertas. São números que refletem diretamente na nossa central de atendimento ao cliente. É muito gratificante ver que 52% dos clientes, um pouco mais da metade, eles resolvem o problema apenas falando com o robô. Eu não preciso fazer o transbordo desse cliente para um operador humano. Ou seja, a minha equipe ela pode continuar com a mesma quantidade de operadores que o meu robô está ajudando a reter 52% da demanda na outra ponta. 75% dos meus clientes que avaliam o meu robô, não são todos os clientes que avaliam, infelizmente, mas 75% de toda a demanda mensal que faz a avaliação considera que o robô ele é bom ou é muito bom. Isso também é muito gratificante, ver que a plataforma nos ajuda a atender o cliente de uma forma que ele espera, que ele gosta. E somado todos esses resultados, nós conseguimos ter uma redução de custo, de implementação, custo com funcionários, custo com atendentes, custo de desenvolvimento, um serviço que demoraria meses para ser criado, graças também à plataforma, eu consigo fazer em poucas semanas, dependendo do projeto, em alguns dias, que 5, não chega a ser uma semana. Então, esses resultados eles foram muito bem recebidos pela nossa diretoria e presidência do Banco da Ecoval. Tudo graças à plataforma que nos ajudou com isso.
Okay, for this, the 800 daily served customers came mostly for the institutional channels. So this is mostly when they're counting for this, and also with the bot, about 52% of the interactions or problems were resolved without getting agents, meaning that they kept exactly the same staff of agents without changing. They were able to increase the number of customer service. And also the feedback on the customers that respond to how the service is, it's about 75% are good or very good, and they are really happy with the result that they are providing. I think they are providing a good service for the customer. So in terms of cost reduction and time to market, I see that they have seen this as a result, and also they can do a new bot in about 2 weeks.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Sure. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
You were talking about the QA things. It was done completely by you and the other analysts, or it was done by so many people or automated scripts, or how you did all the testing?
Tá, que seja um pouco mais do time do projeto.
Eu queria saber sobre a parte do teste do projeto, quem que testou o bot, qual tipo de equipe que usa para testar?
Quando o bot ele está em fase de implementação, nós temos um processo que chama homologation, no Brasil. É nessa etapa que entram os usuários que solicitaram o projeto e avaliam se ele está de acordo ou não. Isso é uma equipe de 10, 15 pessoas, área de produto. Logo após a área de produto validar, nós deixamos o bot publicado em uma página para clientes específicos. Não são todos os clientes do banco que vão utilizar, são clientes selecionados. E com base nas respostas e interações desses clientes, eu gero relatórios, converso novamente com a área de produto e nós vemos para onde seguir. Por isso que é sempre importante. Nós construímos o bot, testamos, eu, programador, testo, encaminho para a minha área de produto, a área de produto faz o teste, eu libero para usuários específicos, eles testam, em seguida eu libero para todos os clientes.
Yeah, so development does a test, about 2 developers who are doing that. 10, 50 people do the UAT. That's internal, usually the users from there that requested the bot. And then for continuing the test, they release that for a limited number of customers.
Yes.
For that, when they have this acceptance, then they got in production.
Actually, I think we just got a time's up session. We can take the questions outside if you don't mind. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Not mine. Ah, okay. Thank you. Shirt. It's a beautiful shirt. Thank you.
Não precisa. Não precisa. Pode tirar. Não precisa disso.